All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board Workshop session. Welcome, Mr. Schroeder, and he will walk us our applications this morning in preparation for hearing them in our public hearing starting at 9 o'clock. So, Brett, the floor is yours this morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, we have three cases this morning. So the first one we have is, I think to us, to me anyway, fairly minor. This is the PNC Bank out on Old Milton Parkway. They wanted to do a little bit of updating, and I may have done some of this in-house, had some things fell or came through, but one of the big things they wanted to do was they wanted to get rid of this portion here. And then, if I remember correctly back, because it's been a couple months back, they found that it's structurally integral. So they can't really just take it away. So you'll see that they're gonna cover it to make it sort of go away or become a little bit more things. They wanted to take the really traditional stuff off of the building, basically. So you'll see that they're going to square up the columns. They're going to change the headers on these windows a little bit. This will become more of a flat surface. So I think it all works together. So this is where they want to get to. So you can see they've squared those columns up. One of the big things that you may notice here is they've removed the grids from all of the windows. Staff doesn't necessarily dislike that, but we feel like it's a little blank. They could do something to the windows I think it's better without the grids, without the really small grids, I should say. But I think they could replicate something like this, where you've got the maybe a 2/1 situation where you've got 3/4 at the bottom and just split it at the top in half, just to give these windows a little bit more representation, sort of like the front. But that's staff's opinion. And I've not relayed that over to the applicant. And then just some other stuff. They've got some repairs to do, and you can see here's another window, squaring up the columns in the drive-through as well. This is a little bit we will need to ask. I didn't get a chance to ask after our meeting, Mr. Kramer, the other day. You'll see some elevations, some flat elevations that this door is gone. So I'm not really sure whether the door is remaining or the door is gone, because in this it just says to remove the decorative header, and it does say remove door and wall
with a brick infill, I think.
Yeah, it does show it with brick infill.
But when you go to the
on this one,
white elevation,
but when you go to the black and white ones, the door's still there. So then the next key is so this building, I think Mr. Kramer found that this building was built in 2004. We looked at it at DRB in 2004. So if you're going to infill brick, that's going to be tough to match from 2004. That's going to be really, really, since they're not, to my knowledge, taking brick away, making openings that they could potentially reuse that brick. So we'll just have to talk through that. Some other changes, just a lot of little cosmetic stuff all the way around.
So Brett, one of the things I did notice too is it's an alternate to remove those windows. If you look at the
Oh, it's an alternate, so it's not a plan.
Notes, it says alternate new storefront window.
Okay, we'll just see what that means. Yeah. So then here is where we got a little bit confused when we were looking at the elevations, because on this black and white, you see that it's still there. Although, wait, oop. There, on the proposed, it still shows it there. So not really sure. So we'll work through that. And then they're just lighting update.
Brett, I did notice it looks like they don't have a monument sign now. I could not find one.
You couldn't find one?
No, and so just kind of would be nice to know where that monument sign is going.
There wasn't, it's not out on Old Milton?
I didn't
Frank, this is the one right there by you, isn't it?
see it, but
Yeah, I thought it had a monument.
I thought it was out on Old, anyway, yeah. We'll see, we'll find out.
and it looks like then one of their building signs too has a kind of a backboard, but
Mhm.
they don't show it. They don't show it with a backboard or a back plate on their elevations. So
Okay.
just some clarifications we need to.
That may have been on this one potentially, because we kind of talked about reverse lighting on brick and having something to clean that up. So that may be that one. But yeah,
One of the other pages.
we'll talk through that. Yep. Okay, let's move on to. We don't have to, but it's in the packet. So, I mean, if we want to, and the only thing you have to look at is the monument. The only thing that you would, even I will look at, is the monument and the wall signs. I'll look at the other signs just to make sure that they're within the code, but they're not permitted signs, so they're allowed. It would be staff review normally for signage, yes. So if it was just a sign review, then, right, we wouldn't be here.
I think Richard's right. I don't see a monument sign on Street View, so it may not be one.
For some reason, I thought it was right there. Yeah,
But the monument sign
Maybe
is
it's in-
identified as a different numbers, so.
Maybe it's hidden in the landscaping.
okay. So the next one is a pretty big project. This is a Portman project that's new to the city. This is the first time you guys will be seeing this project from them, but definitely not going to be the last. This project has a couple more phases that are coming to city council in the future. In this, there's also some commercial or some retail stuff that it's the developer's intent that each individual tenant will come back to the board for their tenant finish. Similar to Avalon, so they'll have residential above it
So that's for the retail.
on the retail side. Now, there are some individual buildings that are only retail without residential above them, and that'll be the same way. They're gonna basically white box the building, and then the tenant will do a specific finish on, say, the front elevation. And when we get to the site plan, I'll point those 4 buildings out. Today, we're not really gonna focus heavily on those 4 buildings, because in talks with the applicant, a future thing that's already planned for city council may change the layout of that side of the project. So we're not really gonna focus heavily on that. And they're just white box buildings anyway with tenant finishes. So, but we will potentially see some of that from them. There are some council conditions in here that I put in, and we highlighted the ones that are fairly specific to you guys. Some that don't really, they're just basically standard conditions that staff puts in, things like if you saw in here that it said about treatments for parking decks. Well, the parking deck's completely surrounded by buildings, so we just put, there's certain things that staff puts in every case. So, and then you never know, things could change a little bit. You might get a view of it. And if you get a view of a parking deck from a Paseo or something like that, we may want to look at that and treat that area different than we would somewhere else. So you can peruse through those, and then here is the project, and I'm going to breeze through this pretty quickly. So this is the overall site plan. So to orient you, out on Old Milton Parkway, as you cross North Point, you go down the hill, cross over Big Creek, and as you start to come up, right there on your right, you probably didn't notice them. The first thing you probably noticed really was the bank that sits at the corner of Brookside and Old Milton. But before that, there's two office buildings that sit back away from the road. They got great tree canopy out here, which is why you don't really see these, but you may see the parking lot and stuff. So this is one of the buildings, and the other one sits in this area. So this phase is going to be taking this building down, doing some residential, a little bit of commercial retail, and then these are the four buildings that I was telling you about. They're already in, I believe, in planning to get to council for phase 2, which extends down this way, which would meet up then to the Georgia State building, if you're familiar with the way Brookside curves around back there. So existing bank remains. This site is not part of this project, and they're not touching anything out there. Basically the doctor that owns this didn't really want to have. He just didn't want to be part of their project. They are connected here only.
Well, it's connected now, though.
It is connected. It is connected now, yes. Grade changes, though, which you'll see, are going to make a quite large wall right here, and this site becomes flatter. And I don't remember exactly what it is, but I want to say it's about 8 feet drop at the wall. So, no, the bank is high. Bank is high. So there'll be a cut basically right in through here. But they will still have access to this parking that's right here, and then they can go this way as well, off of Brookside Parkway up into the bank. That's a shared entrance, yeah.
Well, that entry is there now.
Yes, this is here, this is there now.
And then actually there's another entry off of Old Milton Parkway that come into the office complex.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure where, I'm not really sure if that's right there as well, or
Further to your.
it's further down here?
Yes,
Okay.
because it centers on the other building that they're
Yeah.
taking down.
And this entrance exists as well. Here. So that's what we're going to focus on. So, yes, we need site plan approval. But I think we can, I don't think we need to focus on the site plan on this side so much, because it's going to change a little bit. In fact, they've already talked with George, our transportation engineer in our office, and we had a hour-and-a-half long meeting last week with them about doing some changes up here to align stuff a little bit differently and things. So I think our big focus today needs to be this building up here, landscape, and materials and elevations. Civil plans. And then we get into the pretty pictures. My favorite part.
Now, Brett, if you would, just take a moment to go back to the site plan, and where's the greenway or the Alpha Loop coming into play? Or the connectivity?
Can you guys see this decently? this key plan down here. So the greenway is right here, and there's a connection basically right there. On the site plan, I want to say it's right in here somewhere. But this is it comes up here, they're gonna build this, it comes up here. But there's a bigger connection. So this pool area, pool and amenity area, will be visible from the trail. So that'll be a focus of ours. So big focuses are obviously on elevations and materials are gonna be Old Milton, the new drive, this drive, as this is all gonna be public, so this will be important, and then this area here. They've done a great job in just wrapping everything around, and this project doesn't really have a back side to it. It's just not a project like that. So I don't have any concerns about any sides. So here we'll get into some elevations, and remember, this stuff down on the first level basically is all placeholder. As we did, if some of you remember from Avalon, though, there are some portions of the upper building that will come to the ground. Corners, some piles and different things that will come to the ground initially, and they'll discuss those. But a lot of this down here will be tenant finished stuff.
Hey, Brett, condition 14 mentions a landscape strategy prepared by CORE.
Yes.
Dated 3/20/25. Do you have that?
I do not have that strategy, but it's incorporated in this, and CORE is the same people.
But they reference that. Do you not have a copy of it that we can look
I
at?
do not have a copy that we can
Can we
look at.
get it
Yes.
prior to this review?
No. Maybe. I'll look and see if I can find it.
Brett, the retail storefront that will be modified based on the tenants that come in, that's only just the storefront area? It
Yes.
doesn't impact any of the architecture?
Yes. It could have some architecture based on, what they put above and different things like that, but most of it's gonna be the tenant
within
finish.
the opening, basically?
Yeah, like Avalon, I think
Like
theirs was at, 18 feet maybe,
10 feet, yeah.
was the, on the outside wall, I think they had 18 feet there was like 15 feet, and then there was a 3-foot area that Avalon sort of did, and it was bricked or whatever, but they could cover that over, and most of them did.
Okay.
So that's basically, it'll be an appliance. It's not gonna be, so the building will be proofed by Portman, but there'll be some applied stuff.
But all the primary architecture features will remain?
All primary hard architecture features remain, yep. So this is the interior road. The other end of the interior. This would be directly opposite of Old Milton and would face the other remaining office building. This is the greenway and the pool deck area for this place. This is the remaining office building. This is where the greenway will come up, yep. It's the connection to the greenway, yeah. The greenway's down along the creek, but the connection will come up right there. This is the Old Milton view if you're coming up the hill from Big Creek. This is the first part you'll see, and then you can, as you can see in the really wavy sidewalk here, it's going uphill. One of the conditions that City Council put is all of the walkouts on the first level had to have a porch. So you'll see each of the walkouts has that, which then they did a great job and gave the second level, as these are flats, they look similar to townhouses, but they're flats. So they gave the second level a usable patio above that door as well. Then we've got some flat elevations. All the materials are, the hard materials are all brick and they're integral colors, no paint. So we really like that. The white brick is not a solid white color, so it'll be it sort of throws it back towards that a little more traditional kind of feel to it. And here you'll see their package pages. They have 3 of them, I believe. This is probably staff's favorite one. I'm really interested to see this black and how the brick color works. And then here's the white. And then we'll get some site materials, hardscape pictures. And then here's your sight lines. Landscape. Their presentation is probably going to look a little bit different based on our last meeting together. So if as you're scrolling through your packet and they have their presentation up, you may not be page for page, but they should be pretty similar. I like the plant material. We discussed a common condition question that the landscape architects bring up a lot. I discussed that with them, make sure they were up on board. When I saw the coneflower, I said, I know that needs sun. Make sure that's not under trees and things like that. So they were, Core was up on that already and said, no, absolutely, we've taken all that into consideration. So then they've split it out into a few different areas that they'll walk through with you. I'm not going to walk through each of them. I know, Mr. Corkle, you're always interested in streetscape. I told them to talk about this streetscape along Old Milton. Some of the trees are going away and some are remaining, so they can tell you which ones are which. Our intent is to try to keep as much of Old Milton and Brookside as we can, as long as it's good and viable. Because they've been there a good while, and they're most of them, I will say, I think are in pretty good shape. Lighting at this stage is really, I think, tough to do. I mean, they can give you some stuff, but I think there's a lot more that probably is going to pop in or come later. But site lighting, basically, they did, and they've got their photometrics, which I looked through and looks fine to me. And then they got some placeholders for signage. And that's that one. Joel, help me out there. I don't think so. It's not in the North Point. I don't think it's in any overlay. It's in Brookside Master Plan, yeah, but that's, yeah. So there's not like a North Point, a downtown, none of those newer, updated overlays. It's a master plan, but yeah. Okay, then we're going to get to LGE USA. So they currently have an office building on Royal Boulevard at North Point Parkway. When you pull onto Royal Boulevard off of North Point, which is on the Royal Drive, that's right.
Boulevard is further south.
It's further south. Royal Drive is up to the north, and it's on the east side of north of Kimball Bridge, on the east side of North Point Parkway. So when you pull in to Royal, this office building exists and is theirs. And this is currently parking and landscape, and they want to do a new R&D building on this pad. So we're basically focusing just on this side over here. They've got some landscape in there and building elevations and materials for us. And I believe, yeah, here's the first perspective. So this is the existing building. It's a brick and EFS building, somewhat, I guess you'd say, traditional. It's got some traditional stuff to it anyway.
Actually, that may be precast rather than EFS.
It could, yes, that could be,
Lighter tones.
yeah. Built pre-2004 when I started. It was there when I started, so I'm not really sure when prior to that, but so I don't know that there's really any way to match the brick. So what they've done is they're coming forward with a metal panel color to simulate the brick. One thing that I want to point out is all of these views basically are from the driveway, from the roundabout of theirs. This view, I think, is telling. This is Royal Boulevard. North Point Parkway is a little bit higher than Royal Boulevard at this point right here, because you still are going up a little bit as you come out of their driveway to North Point Parkway. So you can see where at least half of the building is below road grade, basically. So, and you can see here where they did that sight line. So you're still going uphill to get to North Point Parkway up here.
You're going after you get off North Point where your cursor is now, then you're going uphill. That's going uphill.
That goes uphill?
Yes.
Is Royal Boulevard the one that starts down?
Then it peaks up there and then it starts.
At the
going
back.
down to the church.
Okay. Okay.
And again, it's Royal Drive, not Boulevard, so.
Well, I was thinking of, is Royal Boulevard the one that starts and goes down from North Point?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So you're correct.
I guess that's the one that I was usually on from bringing packages to Mr. Kramer years and years and years ago. Yeah, it's a long time ago.
So this building is basically taking over the parking lot that's on the right side of the building.
Yep, basically taking over the parking lot. Yep.
Are there no parking issues with parking counts?
No, they've,
Yes, there is.
well, I think they got a variance to,
They're working out an agreement with a neighboring
yes,
parcel to.
but
Would they have that?
staff is okay with that.
Yeah, we'll be interested
Okay.
to see where the people that will be using this where the parking, to make sure there's access to it. And I don't know where that parking agreement is.
Well, there's a huge parking lot right next to it. I don't know who it belongs to.
Yeah,
North Point Church.
but,
That's North Point Church.
yeah,
parking
but
lot.
that's not of our concern, so, on this board.
There's access to it,
Mm,
right?
We don't have to make sure staff will make sure there's access, yeah, yeah.
Sidewalk or something.
Right, yeah, staff will make sure that's the case, but for design, we don't need to be focused on that.
So do we need to approve a site plan for this application?
I looked, and I don't think we do. I don't think there was any, I don't think we need to do a site plan. I think we need to do landscape and elevations and materials. And that's that. 9:01.
All right, any questions for Mr. Schroeder this morning? All right, no questions, we'll adjourn the workshop session. All right, let's, get our coffee cups filled, get ready to start our public hearing in, say, 5 minutes. So we'll be right back, folks. Thank you. right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board public hearing. Today is Friday, December 19th, 2025. Welcome, thank you for being here. Looks like we have a big crowd this morning. All right, just a gentle reminder for all those present, if you'll make sure your iPhones, cell phones, electronic devices are in the silent mode. First order of business is call to order, and then we have roll call. Looks like everybody's here, so glad to see all my fellow board members here this morning. Okay, we're going to stand, face the flag, and have the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Okay, thank you for that. All right, next, do we have any items from staff this morning? Anything from staff?
Quickly, we're on a new audio, video recording and projecting system. So we don't have much control over anything anymore as far as in the room for volumes and cameras and different things like that. There's a third-party company that's driving all of that. And if I'm not mistaken, Joel, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the camera views are based on the microphone. So make sure you turn your microphones on when you're gonna speak, because the camera views come to that. It's a whole third-party production company basically that's pushing our stuff out now. So we're all learning. Last night was the first one, and it didn't go off perfectly. It went off okay, but so this is the second meeting. So fingers crossed again. Yeah. So and then thank you all. Last meeting of the year. Boy, it was a big year. It was a big year, and I think based on a couple of the things that came in for the last meeting of the year, it's going to be a big 26. I'm not really. Although I will tell you that we only got one application for January. I think everybody they're saving up for February, so be prepared. We're probably going to be here for 2 days. But thank you all for everything all year. We appreciate it. I will say that Santa's sleigh is slightly delayed, so you may see an elf come to your home in the near future. But Santa's sleigh got held up somewhere, potentially in a tariff fight. I don't know. But
I think one of Santa's elves was here.
one Santa's elf was here. Thank you, Mr. Kramer, for that. So, but thanks everyone. Have a great holiday from all of us at staff. I mean, you guys are really what makes the city what it is, how it looks and feels, and hopefully we've done our jobs for you guys in making your decisions easier. I know sometimes we want more than what we can provide to you, but I think we came together for pretty good. I don't know, Mr. Kramer, do you have your speech of all the cases, or is that your January speech?
My January speech.
Okay.
That starts off the year.
Okay, so
Just a recap in January.
so happy holidays, everyone. If you're traveling, travel safe. Have a great Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And unfortunately, we're going to miss Jennifer next year. Our new member is in the audience watching, so we'll welcome him next year. But Jennifer, thank you for everything. We appreciate it. It's been a wealth of knowledge, and yeah, you're going to be missed.
Maybe we'll see you back someday.
Maybe. Yes, potentially at this podium instead of up there. So, yeah.
Okay. Anything else from staff? All right. Anything from board members this morning? I'll say this, first of all, I was not here last month, so I want to thank Frank Swing for filling in for me as being chairman. So I heard it was an efficient meeting and well run and everything, so well done.
We are expecting that time to keep going like that today, right, Mr. Swing? We were ahead of schedule, so,
Well, I tried to make up for that by skipping the last application.
well, you know, yeah.
The rest of the board wouldn't let me do it.
All right, very good, thank you for that, and just a little thank you to board members for your service this year, so you have a little envelope in front of you, Brent, thank you too for. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, thank you.
Appreciate, you know, it takes a village, really takes all of us to make this work, so. Anyway, so, anything else? All right, let's get, all right, on to meeting minutes. We need to approve both the October meeting minutes and the November meeting minutes. So let's start with November 21st, 2025, our Design Review Board meeting minutes. I assume everybody's had a chance to look at those, review them.
No, when did we get those? That wasn't in the package.
I didn't see them posted last night, so
Not-
on the website. So.
Yeah, I didn't see November in the package.
Okay, then let's do this. Let's hold off approving the November 21st meeting minutes until. When I,
It's uploaded now.
Yeah, well, when I downloaded the package, it wasn't in there, so I have not, I have not reviewed those.
let's hold off on the November meeting minutes, but we can look at or approve, review and approve the October 19th, 2025 meeting minutes. So I assume everybody's had a chance to look at those. I know I had a couple of comments to make. I was looking for my notes. I don't know that I have those. There was a couple, I think one of the votes on the meeting minutes was different than I had recorded, and then somebody that had made a second on the meeting minutes. So I'm looking at Frank to see if we have that. You know what?
Well,
Let's do
hold on, I
this.
thought you had that covered. I can bring it up here in a second.
Okay, all right. All right, I'll stall long enough for you to bring it up, just so we can make a correction to the October meeting minutes.
Should be able to find that.
And I can look that up too. if you
Yeah,
need.
there were two corrections.
Okay,
One was a vote count and the other was a second.
that's correct.
Are you talking about where it says I seconded, but I wasn't here?
Right, that's the one.
Yes, that's the second.
That's the last, where it says Vice Chairman Schwing offered a motion to approve the elevations, and then it says I seconded it, but I wasn't here, so. I mean, I could have seconded it, but whatever. It's on the last page.
Can we maybe come back to that?
All right, let's do that.
I'll,
All right, let's skip over the October meeting minutes then too. Let's
Yeah.
get to new business, get to the applications. Okay, first up this morning is PNC Bank. Looks like you're here, ready to go.
Yes.
If you will make sure you introduce yourself this morning, speak into the microphone, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packets today, please.
Sounds good. Good morning, everyone. I'm Vicki Chavez. I'm with GPD Group, the architect of record for this project, and our client is PNC Bank. The project is an interior renovation with minor exterior modifications for an existing bank building at 4195 Old Milton Parkway. The overview of the modifications in the exterior is to kind of modernize and update the cream color areas of the building. Our intent is just to give it a minor facelift. It's not really to change any colors or really any look of the building itself. The major part that's going to be updated is, as you know, as mentioned before, is this baluster area in the roof. We cannot remove it because it's integral to the roof itself, and we're not intending to actually remove the roof. And it will also allow to add our signage for the building itself. The minor updates along the window headers is just to remove the any decorative accents and just square them off, as well as changing out the columns from round to square to kind of mimic that language throughout the building itself. The windows as an alternate, we want to possibly replace and remove just for energy purposes, but this is only if the budget allows, again, because it's only an interior modification. The windows may remain as is, but we did want to present the option in case they were replaced.
is your preference?
Our preference is to remove them because it will, it's an update to the building itself and to the tenant. But again, it's a cost issue that will need to be addressed with our client
Okay.
during construction, yes. Again, moving around the building, minor updates, replacing and correcting some damages that the building has. On this facade, as mentioned too before, we're currently in the process of finding the brick that matches. We are aware that, if we cannot find a possible match, then that door may need to remain, or that fenestration, and either be replaced with, a storefront, even though it's hidden from the inside. The floor plan doesn't really take that people anywhere outside of the building, nor does it take people from the outside into the building. So we want to avoid any confusion for any clients going into the building. But, we're working currently to find a match to the existing brick. This facade, again, just updating the headers for the windows. Not many changes here, besides just squaring off the headers. And this is just the drafted elevations of that. And here, I believe what was in file was, outdated. There was some revisions to correct that door that's being replaced. So here we do show it in this elevation, the drafted elevations as well. Again, as we're working through it, it may be that, if we do find a close match, we may have to infill the whole brick to just make it more, seamless. But that's something that we're still working through, the procurement of the brick and finding the right sample for it.
So how close are you to finding a match?
We're close. We just want to make sure that it can be delivered to the site. And we also want to see it on site itself, like maybe a mock-up.
Like a panel?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really difficult, even if you find the same model of brick to match it, just based on how many years it's been out there and getting the right grout to
Yes.
match.
Right mortar.
Or
and the- yeah.
mortar, I mean,
Right.
yeah.
And aging the mortar 20 years or something
Yeah.
like that.
Right, and that's the challenges that we're finding.
And I think that
Getting ourselves
if you
into.
did find a match, I think also that I think you were alluding to that the pilasters, you have to go pilaster to pilaster. I don't think you could just infill it.
Right,
I think, yeah.
correct. Again, this is just the other drafted elevations. There was a comment regarding the monument sign. We will be having a monument sign on an existing pad. There was on the site a monument sign that's taller than what we're proposing. And it was removed somewhere between 2022 and 2023. So our intent is to just reuse that existing pad and add the building's monument sign to it.
So it looks like your monument sign's much wider than this existing one was.
We may need to update that, but we're going to use part of that pad. At least replace it in the same location. We're not trying to install it in a new location. We're trying to install it in the same location since it's visible to the streets on.
Do you think you're going to get good visibility from there?
I believe so. We're not changing the landscape at all. And the visibility, there's no trees on the other side. We did go to the site over maybe late summer, and the trees itself doesn't really cover that area as much. If you can see, there's a tree here, and then there's one tree here, but the leaves don't really outgrow it to the point that it covers the sign.
I think that's going to be tough.
Okay. Here you kind of see it's a little bit on an uphill, but compared to the street,
And your sign's going to be lower.
it's going to be a little bit lower, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But as mentioned, there's bushes around here, but there's not a direct tree kind of covering
that
see
too. We
here.
just want to make sure that the monuments on has some evergreen landscaping at the base of it too.
Okay.
So
Okay.
may need to be enhanced in that area a little
Okay.
bit. Okay.
Is that sign lit? Do you know? Is there any ground lighting on it?
Let me check real quick. I don't recall.
It's just a very dark sign.
It is illuminated.
Okay. From the, is it ground lights, do you know, or is it?
That I would have to check with our, with the signage vendor. I do remember there's some conversation regarding Alpharetta code that it's not allowed to be illuminated from the inside versus uplit from the outside. So I would have to double check, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's illuminated within.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I think we just make sure they work with staff on this.
Yeah.
Because there'll be a setback issue too on where they can put that sign.
I believe those conversations have been happening with the vendor itself.
Do you know, okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Brett. Have you had conversations? Okay, good. All right. Yeah. That's an acknowledgement. All right, thank you.
And that's really much all the major items that are being proposed for the presentation for the building.
With the balustrade replacement, I'm seeing the roof will remain in place? There's no new roof going on, no new
Correct.
shingling, nothing like that?
Correct.
Is it tied, is that balustrade and the new, it looks like it's tied into that roof, is it?
Yes, so what we're proposing is really to square off the balustrades. So just removing and then infilling and just replacing a refinish with DFIS. So we're not trying to remove like the base of it at all, just infilling and squaring it off. Trying to be very minimal to what we're going to, not trying to be invasive to the existing flashing of the balustrade and all of that, because we don't
So
want to
it'll
get
still
into that.
have a gap at the bottom for water?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, we're trying to
That would-
definitely respect that for the water.
And on the door replacement, has there been any thought if you cannot match the brick, or if the concern is brought up by this board, what if it just becomes a window or something
Yes.
to that effect? Has that
That,
been brought up?
yes, that has been brought up with the client. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be determined by what the brick, whether it matches or not, and the look of it. So if we can't achieve that, then the best solution is to provide a storefront that mimics that is the size of that fenestration. Yes.
I think probably the best way to handle that is including, if you're gonna approve the thing, is include a pre-inspection, a staff inspection of the actual brick material that they wanna use on the site, and I'll go off and look at it with the building. That's still not necessarily the best thing to happen. We tried to do that on the bank building at North Point.
We've tried to do
We
on
went to the
several
daycare,
bank buildings.
yeah. And it looked really good to me when I was there. I thought it looked good, and when they got it all done, it was obvious where it was. So,
I think if you do a mock-up panel that's staff inspects, like right in front of it, and if it goes from pilaster to pilaster, I think that's the only way you could get it
Yes.
done.
yeah, it would almost, on that backside, it would almost have to be that whole.
The whole section between the pilasters.
Yes. Yeah, we don't want to get into any demolition before even trying to remove that brick. So the mock-up panel is what we have
And then
planned to do.
if you infill with storefront, I think you just match the character that you're creating
Yes.
around the building.
Yeah, we'll do. We will do that.
Yeah, and I think, a possible option is if you see the brick and the brick looks like it's right, it still might be safer to do it as, like we would do with a faux window sometimes, so you.
Like an inset, almost.
Like an inset.
You do a recess.
Exactly. That way, if it's not a 100% perfect match, I think that's going to play better than if you try to weave it in, right?
Yeah, and the best part about it is this is the parking lot, drive entrance side of the building
Right.
anyway. It's not the street front. So that's, not that it doesn't need to look correct
say this, my recommendation is you just replace the brick from pilaster to pilaster.
Yeah, that's the cleanest way to do it, and there's enough separation.
You're not trying to, get the brick heat in there.
Yeah, because weaving it in, it has to match absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and our preference is if we can't get that right match, we're not even gonna touch the brick and we're gonna replace it with storefront.
With a
Because there's no
storefront.
point of, even if we kind of do a faux border with a new brick within that space, it's not gonna match. It's not gonna look right, so
Are you gonna do is your intent storefront window or storefront door?
storefront window. The
So-
door is not
So
really,
you're still gonna have a potential bottom where you're gonna have brick.
yes.
Not,
Well, we would bring it down to the sill, to the existing opening.
I think
Just,
she,
it'll be a
Oh, it'll be a
storefront
window.
to.
Straight to the
right,
ground.
Straight to the
Window
ground.
to
It
the
just
ground.
won't be a
Okay.
door itself, yeah.
have you guys considered, Mr. Schroeder brought it up during the workshop about additional articulation to the window replacement? The storefront window
Put in some
replacement?
styles in the windows.
Yes, so there is that option. We can mimic what he said, the front of it, but the preference is to have it without the mullions. It does give it a more cleaner, modern look to
We-
what,
We could save you some money and not have you replace the windows.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think
Yeah, the only thing I would say is it is cleaner, more modern not to have mullions in it, but it doesn't fit the character of the building. It feels a little out of place, right? If it was, I think as Mr. Schroeder said, 2/1, it'd be less mullions, right? It would maybe look a little more modern. But some of those, the windows without mullions just doesn't seem to fit the red brick, right, traditional looking building, even with the changes that you've made.
I would just leave it the way it is, if it
We-
was me.
Or leave it the way it is, right?
Yeah. We will definitely look into it. Obviously, we want to get this project done. And having mullions in the new storefront, if it is within the budget, wouldn't be an issue for my client.
Well, I'll say this, it's always great to see a vacant building being repurposed. So I know it's been empty for a while, so I
Yeah.
just see somebody's gonna take over and take ownership of that, so. All right, any other comments or questions for the applicant this morning? And before there's any motions, I will ask, are there any public comment about this application this morning? Any public comment? Okay, no public comment. All right.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 250041, PNC Bank, motion to approve the exterior elevation and materials as presented with the following conditions. If the windows are replaced, the new windows will either have mullions the same as the current windows or 2/1 mullions. If the brick cannot be matched to infill the door on the west facade, the door will be replaced with a storefront window. And staff will have prior approval of the brick selection before any infill occurs. And a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Owens. Any questions or comments
Yeah,
about the motion?
don't we want the brick infill to go pilaster to pilaster if it's replaced? We don't want it to be infill.
I think that was preferred.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, if you want to add it as a friendly amendment, that'd be fine.
I'd like to add it as a friendly amendment.
Go ahead.
Offer, or why don't you make it official?
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a friendly amendment. With respect to the brick infill, if the brick is replaced, it will be replaced from pilaster to pilaster in the central bay of the facade.
Okay, we have a friendly amendment on the table from Mr. Rowan. Let's see, I'll go through, Mr. Swing, do you accept the friendly amendment?
I do.
Okay, and then Mr. Owens, but you said you seconded the motion.
Yes,
right?
I do.
All right, both parties accept the friendly amendment, all right? Any further discussion about the motion with the friendly amendment? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion with the friendly amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. All right. Good good. Next up this morning is, our next applicant is Portman Brookside. Looks like you're here in force, so come on down, please, or come on up. Okay, all right. Very good. Oh, yeah, they went through them. Yeah. I will. I will. All right. Okay, looks like we're ready to go. Good morning, how are you? Good, if you'll,
You up? Now it's good. Okay. I got it. Sorry, it's my first time in front of y'all, so we're excited to be here. Thanks for having us and for considering this project. Like I
Glad you're
said,
here.
it's
Glad you're here.
it's our first time in Alpharetta. It's our first time really kind of away from our central city for a while, so we're excited about this, and we really are putting a lot into it to make it complimentary of the great community that you guys have built up here. So I hope you like it.
Thank you.
And,
You're OTP now.
OTP, that's right.
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
It's Mike Green. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I grew up OTP, so I'm perfectly comfortable being out here. So I am, like I said, I'm Mike Green, so I'm the lead developer. I am supported by Clayton, who's in the back, who's helping me out here. And then the team presenting to you, like I think most of them you guys know pretty well. So Kimley Horn, Jim Hamilton, Mark Putnam are here supporting us on that. Core Landscaping, which is a partnership, Core ASD together. That's Lauren and Mark, they're also here. The architecture firm is new to y'all. It's SK&I out of DC. SK&I is a firm that we've worked with on a couple other projects. We liked the fact that they got a lot of reps in DC on a particular kind of height and building style, and so we felt like the decades of them working in that lane like led really well to this particular building type's height and topology that we were trying to create here. So they're a new party here. So
Good, let's dive in.
all right, man. So I'm gonna hand it over to Mark first, right?
Hi, I'm Mark Putnam with Kimley Horn. I'm the head civil engineer on this one, located here at 11720 Amber Park in Alpharetta. It's blooming. There we go. Good. All right, so that was the introduction. Let's flip here to civil really quickly before we hand it over to Lauren and Brandon. And zoom out. You got a mouse? Yeah, just zoom it out.
While they're doing that, y'all, this project has a lot of different aspects to it, and so we anticipated we would be here in front of you many, many times in the course of this. So this piece of it in particular is related to the building and kind of the site layout, but there were elements of this project like signage and retail details that are not in this presentation. And so we fully anticipate for each one of those individual elements, like we'll be back in front of you about those specifics related to them.
So this plan right here, you can see what's highlighted in red is really what we're presenting currently today, with the exception of what kind of Brett had mentioned earlier on with the C4, C5, C6, and C7 building, as well as really the C3. There's some alternatives that are being discussed there with staff currently. So what we're going to focus on mostly today is going to be the multifamily building and then the landscape component. All right, so orient yourselves here. This is Old Milton. This is Plan North. As you can see on the screen, Old Milton is up here. That's a GDOT roadway. There's the existing street trees that were mentioned earlier in the work session. The current right-in, right-out, and D-cell right turn lane into the site is approximately about right here on the site plan. We are going to be relocating that 200 feet uphill to align with the new street that's running down. That kind of aligns with the existing office building. With relocating that D-cell lane, we've already discussed that with GDOT. There will be a few trees that have to get removed as a portion of that D-cell lane, but the rest of the street trees along Old Milton will be remaining. And then we have the intersection at Brookside Parkway and Old Milton. When you turn down Brookside Parkway, the first entrance that you get to is a right-in, right-out that is currently on the Banks property on the corner. That we have a shared access agreement that allows us to go into there, but we have no plans or capability to modify that intersection. The next entrance into the site is the existing entrance into the office park off Brookside Parkway. We're keeping the location of it, but we are modifying the curb cut access into the site. There's currently a median that's going into there that we're going to be removing. To the west of the site is a pretty significant grade change that drops down, that goes down to Brookside Park, which is a City of Alpharetta amenity. And then once you go through Brookside Park, you have Big Creek Greenway that's on actually the west side of Big Creek. It's not shown in this application, but in later applications, and we're with staff currently working on how we're going to propose an alignment through Brookside Park, crossing over the Big Creek, and then connecting to the Greenway. But that connection will happen up here close to Old Milton, which is where there's an existing sidewalk that gets down from Old Milton to Brookside Park. That connection is important to us. We'll talk more about that as we go through the presentation, but you can see we have a large mixed-use trail that comes from Brookside Park that goes off of Old Milton and behind the multifamily building, which is really what we're trying to create the pedestrian experience that's going through the site. This is also doubling as a fire access that we've discussed with the fire marshal in Alpharetta. So it's 12 foot wide, and then we have an additional grass pave system that's next to it that's going to be able to support the fire truck that goes through. But the key component to that is the pedestrian mixed-use experience. The multifamily building is currently parked with a parking deck that's surrounded by the building all the way around. There's commercial retail space underneath the podium that's on this Street A that comes in off Old Milton. There is also the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 standalone buildings, and then there's a coffee shop standalone building that's close to the amphitheater. The amphitheater, again, is not included in this application, but that just gives you a little bit of a layout of the site. Stormwater-wise, the existing development, which was built in the early 2000s, has 2 current ponds. There's one pond that's on the northwest corner that we're going to retrofit to meet current standards. It's going to include a 2-sided wall, and then the berm that's abutting Brookside Park, we'll be just modifying the berm to bring it to current standards. And then the other stormwater controls on the site, so that will be our main runoff reduction. And then we'll have permeable pavers that's on the fire lane that's between the existing office building and the multifamily building. And then we'll also be incorporating with the retail different bioswales, tree stormwater planters, and bioretention areas. And then for parking, the majority of the parking is all within the parking deck itself. There is surface park and parallel parking within the development, but when we went through rezoning with City Council, we prepared a shared parking study that showed ample parking for the site and specifically for this parcel. This phase that you're looking at might be a little confusing if you're looking at the parking count, because we're still counting all this surface park that's down here on the south. This is going to be presented in a later DRB and also later to City Council. This surface parking will go away, and it will be developed. And yep, go right ahead.
While you're on parking, just outline where the parking deck is for us, just for
Yes.
clarity, and then show us where any surface parking is then too, just for orientation.
Perfect. So surface parking, the parking deck is right here.
Okay.
It's a 6-story parking deck. It's got 3 bays in it, fairly large, 800 plus spaces. And again, that's completely within the envelope of the multifamily building.
Okay, are there any other parking decks then on?
There are no other parking decks proposed in this
So everything
phase.
else then is surface parking?
Everything else is surface parking. As you come in Street A, we've got parallel parking along both sides of Street A. Street B has currently, as shown, head-in parking 90 degrees along Street B, and likewise, Street C has surface parking as currently shown.
And then, so the entrance and or exit to the parking deck is, just show us where that is, please.
Yep, so the primary entrance and exit to the parking deck is gonna be off of Street A. That's right here. It goes underneath the concrete podium between the retail units and into the parking deck. There is a auxiliary entrance exit that's gonna mostly be used for valet only. That's on the south side here. But then as the plan develops, as the development moves forward, you know, there's options for having music venues inside this amphitheater, that secondary entrance could be opened up during large events so that there's more flow coming out of the parking deck.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, all of the proposed streets will be public?
These are all private streets.
All be private?
Yes.
Can you talk? oh,
Public will be the exterior streets, which is Brookside and Old Milton.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Can you talk for a second about how the development will deal with deliveries, trash, and move-in, move-out for the multifamily?
Yes. So the kind of looking again at this building, really all the buildings, there's not really a back of house to any of these. So all the trash for the retail within the multifamily building, the trash for the residents, and then also the loading is going to be interior to the building, but behind the facade. That's here off of the fire lane. Again, this street, this fire lane is not open 24/7 for vehicles going through. It's again just for certain times of the day when trash will be picked up, and then also open for loading and then valet only. So you're looking, as you're looking at the plan here, this is on the south side of the multifamily building, furthest away from Old Milton. We'll have residential loading and retail loading moving in right here on the left. You've got residential trash, again, interior to the building, behind closed gates, closed doors, and then the retail trash room is right here. So that's for the multifamily. The standalone commercial buildings, and again, this is what's shown currently, and we're working with staff to make some adjustments here, but there is currently a exterior trash enclosure that is in this corner here. I think Brett had mentioned it slightly, but there's a pretty good grade change between the bank parcel and these retail buildings. This kind of dashed black and white line here is a retaining wall. That wall is going to be extended up on this side here, so that it actually completely covers any trash enclosure. You won't be able to see it as you're coming in off of Brookside Parkway.
So with the trash rooms that you have at the parking deck, how do trucks access the trash? Are they rollouts, or is there a compactor there?
So
What's the access?
Currently, what we have shown is compactor with rollouts, 2 cubic yard rollouts, but we're exploring options there of possibly doing a larger compactor so the truck can actually drive in and roll it off.
Yeah, I would imagine that there'd be a lot of pickups and rollouts. I know that's kind of a back of house area. And for the residential move-in, that's the loading space even for the units that are in the U-shaped building adjacent? Is that the only access for move-ins?
This is the residential move-in, yes, for the entire building. Any other questions for Civil before I hand it over to?
Yeah, so walk us through or show us where all the walls are. I guess you're calling some retaining walls or some other walls, but.
Yep, so if we start in the northwest corner, we have the L-shaped retaining wall here that is, again, around the existing pond. You can kind of see the existing footprint of the pond. So we're expanding the pond size for the volumes that are required. So there'll be a wall here within the pond.
There is no wall there now, correct?
There is no wall there
Okay,
today,
it's just a kind of a,
just a depression.
yeah, all right. And then, so if I'm standing, or which side do I see the wall from? I guess I'm standing inside the retention pond.
So if you're standing inside the pond, the multifamily building is going to be on the high side.
Right.
So the fire lane and this sidewalk mixed-use trail that goes down to Brookside Park is all on the high side of the wall.
Okay, so I assume then there'll be some protection or fall protection on top of that wall.
Yep, absolutely. So we're actually planning on the leg that runs parallel to the multifamily building, parallel to the fire lane, will have railing fall protection along that side. The front wall face that faces Old Milton, we're actually going to extend that wall up. So you'll have a brick wall up, and then we'll have a railing that's on top of it, not really needed for fall protection, but to continue the look. You'll see that later on in the presentation, that we have different elevations of it.
Okay, so what's exposed there? So that's gonna be a brick. What you'll see is the brick facing.
Brick face with the railing above.
All right, very good, okay.
All right, and then moving across the site here, when you come in off Old Milton is going to be high. We're dropping down into the site. So as you drop into the site, trying to maximize flat floor space for the access for tenants so that we can move demising walls as needed and not have to worry about steps in the building. We've incorporated some smaller walls between the retail and the street level. All these walls will be less than 30 inches, so no fall protection is going to be on any of these walls. Most of them will be hidden with landscaping. As currently shown, the road is going to be kind of on the high side. You can see the pockets between the walls where pedestrians will be able to access into the site via wheelchair, and then there's also pockets where you have stairs that go into the kind of retail. So we have the kind of collector distributor sidewalk along both sides of Street A, and then you have the retail plaza areas that are behind landscaping.
So if I'm in the retail plaza area, I'm seeing a brick-faced wall, I guess. Is that correct?
Yes,
Safest.
as on the north sides, yes, on the brick face wall. As you move south, you'll actually be above. So if you're standing here out in front of C3C, you'll be above the road. As you move up here, you're level with the road, and as you keep moving up, now you're going to be approximately 30 inches lower than the road.
Okay.
So that's as you move down Street A, and that's on both sides of the frontage. As you keep moving down and you turn onto Street B, there's no retaining walls at all. Any proposed retaining walls more on the left side of the site. On the east side of the site, between the bank and these two C4, C5 retail restaurant buildings, there's a wall that varies in height up to 8 feet of earth retention. Now, as you move around the corner over here by the dumpsters, we're extending that wall up to cover the dumpster enclosure. So there, if you're on the roadway side, you're on the high side. This will be down below the road. So both of these, the bank parcel is higher than the commercial buildings.
Okay.
Is that the retaining wall that's proposed around buildings C4 and C5, is that like a geo wall or?
So the back side of it, yeah. We're looking at an MSE block with GeoGrid on it, just because it's not really visible at all. As you move around to the east, because this one is visible as you're coming in, it would be matching the same architecture that we're showing on the other walls with the brick.
Mark, help me understand, what does MSE stand for?
Mechanically stabilized earth. So it's
Grid.
split block wall with GeoGrid running back. And that is all the walls.
Okay.
Can I ask,
Sure,
sorry.
go ahead. No, go
Can I ask one more question about the whole loading area?
Yep.
Have you guys done truck radius studies to make sure that garbage trucks and tractor trailers could get back there for deliveries?
Absolutely, yep. So we're not expecting tractor trailers going back for this. So this is looking at your 40-foot standard truck sizes for, roll-offs for dumpsters, or your largest U-Haul truck that would go in there, your 26-foot box truck. The fire lane that you see here with the permeable pavers is 26 foot wide, and then we are not putting vertical curb on it, so you have an additional 5-foot heavy-duty concrete sidewalk on both sides. So now you're looking at 36 foot of pavement.
What about the large, like Cisco deliveries for restaurants and things of that nature? Sometimes you see some pretty big trucks.
They're supposed to be early in the morning or late at night, or early in the morning.
Yeah, in those situations, it would be pull in, pull out. It wouldn't be a turnaround.
And that loading area would service all of the retail buildings from that point?
Just the retail that's underneath the multifamily building. Okay. The other ones in front of the dumpster enclosure, we have 2 loading spaces here.
Okay.
Yes.
Big picture.
Yep.
For your land disturbance permit, for instance, for this, how much are you doing? I mean, I know you gave us the outline of everything, so that's what you're gonna do for, I'll call it for phase 1.
Correct. Yep. So
you're gonna-
essentially, if you kind of split it's a 20-acre site, you kind of split it in half, right down the middle. Phase
Okay.
1 is everything north, phase 2 would be everything south. So phase 1 would be demolishing the existing office building,
Okay,
mass grading. We're going to be cutting pretty significantly. I think total today between the finished floor elevation of the bank and office building number 2 is 13 feet of grade change. So cutting this area right here where the 4 C4, C5, C6, 7 retail buildings are, cutting that down, installing that wall, that's the major earthwork movement. And then installing utilities for everything that you see here in phase 1.
okay. So are you able, for phase 1, to balance the site?
Yes.
You're able to move, okay, keep everything on site?
Yep.
All right. Just curious, with the building, the existing office building that's coming down, are you reusing anything from that existing building? Okay.
You know, so
all right.
as far as utilities, you
Well, I
mean?
was just thinking material or anything. You grinding up any of the concrete and trying to reuse it or anything like that? Anyway, that's,
That I'm aware of, no. There is a contractor on board. I'm sure they've looked at, is there a possibility to use any of that as backfill? I'm
Understand.
sure they'll
okay.
be as efficient as possible.
It looks like building, the existing office building right now that's remaining, part of it's shaded in a dark color and part of it's not. Is there any reason for that? Is
Yep.
that-
Yeah,
okay.
perfect. So the existing office building, 130,000 square foot, there's a lobby that runs directly across it in the middle. From that lobby north, that space will be outfitted into a commercial space, retail, restaurant. So there will be a new retail experience. That's kind of why we're seeing a little bit of possible outdoor dining around the building on the north side of it. So there will be exterior modifications that happen just to the storefront of that.
Okay, interesting. All
Can I
right.
add, just that tenant's lease does not expire for a couple of years. So the outside improvements are in anticipation when their lease officially expires to convert the space. And the conversion would occur in a, in like a tenant fit out, typical building permits type of fashion.
Okay. Very good. All right, are there any other kind of site plan questions for the applicant?
I just had a question about the bank, that bank parking.
Yep.
Those diagonal spaces are for the bank, correct? Or, like,
These right
are
here.
y'all using any of these spaces, or is that?
Yeah, so all the diagonal space that you see there are actually on the parcel, on our parcel.
Okay.
Likewise, the head-end parking that's on the west side of the bank is on our parcel, so we will be utilizing those parking spaces. Now, there are parking spaces that are on the bank parcel that we have an access easement for being able to park on those as well. So all of the bank parking was included in the shared parking agreement.
Okay, thank you.
I had a quick question about the straight-in parking behind C3, building C3.
Yep.
It looks like those are right up against the back of the building. Is there any rear access to building C3?
No, so if you see here, wall number 9, so wall number 9 actually turned into a building foundation
Right.
wall. So there's, again, a 4 to 5 foot grade change difference between those parking spaces are up higher than the building finished floor.
So there won't be, I guess,
No door access.
and there won't be any kind of landscape buffer between the back of the building and those spaces. It looks like there's only like a foot or two.
Yeah, there's 3 feet just for building overhang. For vehicle overhang, so that we're not having the truck back into the wall for the building.
Okay. Anything else on the site? That was very good. Thank you for helping us out.
Yep. I'll hand it over now to Lauren for landscaping.
Brandon's actually up next.
Morning, everyone. My name is Brandon Robinson. I'm with SKI. We are the architectural firm for this project. We put together some renderings for you, some perspective views. I'm just going to walk you around the building and explain kind of a little bit about why we did what we did and what we're doing. The biggest thing for us was, you know, as you saw on the site plan, it's a pretty big footprint building, so we made a lot of steps, made a lot of effort to break it up architecturally into several elements. This view here is looking specifically from Old Milton down the new private road A. This is the facade that is predominantly retail at grade, with a couple of paseos passing through the retail zone to get to the public parking behind. We have shown that in these renderings, as was mentioned before. All of that is really ultimately going to be presented to you on a piecemeal basis by those retail tenants as they are leased in. But we wanted to show something so that you get a sense of scale. Same thing is true for signage. You will see signage here. Most of that signage is placeholder. All of it is placeholder, and it will come through you with a signage submittal in the future. Again, our goal here, wow, that's not, let's turn it off. Is that better? Okay, great, thanks. The goal here was to create, is that better? I can try to talk really close. There we go. All right. So the goal here was we basically have 3 languages on the face of the building, facades of the building, each represented basically by a different brick. The goal was to kind of create a sense of place, a sense of history, by introducing these larger brown brick pseudo-industrial buildings that would feel like they had been there for a while, and then sort of come in between them and around them and on the west side of them with slightly more residential scale, also slightly more contemporary architectural languages, to sort of narrate an experience of the building growing over time. What you're looking at here is one of the primary facades as you turn in, with one of our larger signs, and again, that's placeholder. But we do plan on doing a pretty large feature there. You can see the Old Milton Parkway facing brown brick building here, again, using a lot of industrial, pseudo-historic industrial language here, including brick recesses, cornices, corbelled brick details. All of that is happening in these facades. As you go down the private street, you'll see that the white zone in the center is the white brick up here. Again, it was filled in later, or the idea is that it was filled in later. That will be the primary retail frontage, and as was mentioned earlier, that brick and those piers will most likely will be day one part of the building architecture, but nothing in between that will be part of this. All of that will be future retail. And then we have residential above that, and as I go down to the next page here, you can see this same facade.
Before you get off, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Before you get off that page, where is, all right, the first floor is going to be retail primarily. Kind of take your cursor if you can. Just give us a kind of a line of where that happens and then where the multifamily begins.
Sure. So the line is roughly here. I can actually just draw it right on the screen. The line is basically there. So everything below that line is retail on this facade, and everything above it is residential. The retail is actually 2 stories high to give it the height that it needs to function as a retail space. And then as we come down the hill, forgive me. As we come down the hill, and we're now on the southeast side of the building, looking at it from sort of the central zone of this phase 1, we're at the low end of the site. The retail is much more prominent here. We don't have the same retaining conditions that Mark was talking about running up Street A here, so this is all much more direct access. We have another feature for the building, which we're showing, again, a placeholder for the name of the building there. That is anchoring the vehicular entrance to the parking garage, which is below it. So you visually have this icon that you can head to, make ingress and egress out of the parking a little bit easier, both for pedestrians and vehicles. And again, everything from essentially this line down is retail and will be fitted out later. On this side, you can see, again, we've picked up on the south end of the building that same brown brick. Again, we're looking at creating these forms that feel like they've been there forever, and then we've sort of filled in with them with a little bit more contemporary detailing. On this facade, we start introducing some black brick into those spandrel elements between the glass. That brick is down there as well. We're looking forward to that. I think that'll add a little modern twist to the facade, and also help with the vertical pilaster feel, help those vertical pilasters on the building read a little bit better. Again, you can see the cornices, and as we come around, the next view will be on the south side of the building.
Just we could, before you get off of that one, just
Sure.
want to confirm. I think you said it, but the white we're seeing on the right side, that's the white brick?
Correct.
Okay. And on the left side, I think that was the fire lane, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That is the fire lane.
So that's where the trash pickup
That is,
and deliveries are down there.
that's correct. And it's effectively a pedestrian plaza that just has a vehicular rated floor on it. So it will really arguably only be used by load-in, by trash, and by valet, and occasionally maybe something else, but it'll be a heavily managed zone.
Will you have,
vehicularly.
like removable bollards or any kind of, I mean, because right now in this rendering, it looks, well, you even have cars in there, but it looks like a total access street.
It's been discussed. We're thinking about it, but we haven't come to any final conclusion on that. But the goal is to manage it, so it won't be something that people are driving up and down regularly. As we come around that corner, again, this is on the south side, as Mark mentioned. This is actually directly north of, I'm going to bring this up and put it here because it'll help explain.
And you'll need to talk into the microphone, so let's,
This is this zone of the building right here, directly north of the amphitheater. So this is basically directly north of the amphitheater, again, trying to create a focal point, a backdrop to the amphitheater that will, again, be something we submit to you in the future. It is also one of the primary entrances to the building, if not the primary entrance to the building. Just off camera here to the right is the loading dock and then the trash room beyond. And just to the left, we have grade that drops off, and we transition from a 5-story building down to a 5-story building that's a full story lower at this point, which is what that drop in the roof line is here. And then the connection that we're making to the trail walk is all planned left of here, and it's where we have our pool amenities. Again, you can see the industrial language on the brown brick. And we're introducing on this facade, again, to break it up and bring the scale down, a zone that is predominantly black brick that's also set back, that you can see over on the right here. And again, that's all in an effort to reduce scale of the building. This is the portion of the building that is facing the park. In the foreground, you can see the trail. This is not 100% representational, because the trail will really be kind of split between the 12-foot wide zone, and then there will be a zone that is not clearly shown on this rendering that will be that grass paver for vehicle-rated driving to keep the width of the trail still feel pedestrian friendly. And this pool deck area actually is kind of nestled in against the building, and on the right side, you can see the white box that is the existing office building. Just in front of that, off camera here on the right, would be the existing amphitheater, and just north of it here on this facade is the previous rendering that we were looking at. And then grade drops along this trail, as much as I think somewhere around 8 to 10 feet. So on the right side of this view, you start up high and you kind of drop down into our pool deck, and you can kind of look down into our pool deck. But by the time you get to the bottom left of this rendering, you're basically on plane with the pool deck, and we have other pedestrian connections over there to the trail from the building. This is also a good example of where we've kind of transitioned from the red brick facades to the white brick facade. Most of the white brick facade that we have is on the western side of the building, basically the donut, and we've broken that up into a module that is reminiscent of kind of a row house or kind of a much more human scale, and also introduced balconies and Juliets to sort of create a much more vertical language there. And then that marches pretty much around the entire building. We're capping it at the top with dark materials. Pretty much everything that's not brick is a dark material. We want it to be something in the background. We don't want to draw attention away from the brick. We want it to be something that makes the brick pop. That's particularly true with the lighter brick. And here we've come full circle around the building, and we're back on Old Milton, and we're looking essentially east. The stormwater management pond that was just previously discussed, you can see here on the right side of the image, and then the trail is beyond that. And we have a corner element here that's making a transition from sort of an A and a B facade, where the row house language that is facing Old Milton is broken up a little bit differently, has a little bit more brick detailing, and has some taller elements. And that corner piece is essentially just architecturally a pause between the two languages. And then these trees that are ghosted out, these are the existing trees along Old Milton that will remain, and we have pulled the building back an additional 10 feet to make sure we're out of those trees' root zones, and have made a number of design decisions to make or help those trees survive the construction process. And then this last rendering is kind of tucking in underneath those existing trees, seeing the new sidewalk that we're installing that is set back from Old Milton with the walk-ups on the towns. And as you can see, we've broken this facade up a little bit further, sort of intermingling the brown brick with the white brick, and even introduced the black brick and vertical elements, again, all in the interest of breaking it up and creating this vertical language. And in the background, you can just get the hint of the more industrial brown brick building as it heads towards the private road that turns into the site. And that's basically a walk around the building. We have these 2D elevations. I won't speak to them too much unless you have questions, but generally this top elevation here shows the retail frontage. All of this is on Street A. You can see these white boxes here. That is the vehicular and one of the pedestrian entrances into the parking garage. There is another pedestrian entrance to the parking garage up on the north side of the site, roughly where my cursor is now. And so everything below essentially this line will ultimately come back to you guys as tenants fit out their spaces. Everything above, again, you can see the lighter brick in between the two brown brick end pieces, as if they had been added later. The rendering or the elevation on the bottom is showing the west facade, basically what is facing the park. And all of those ground floor units have walk-up stoops. And then on the next page, this is the facade broken in half that is facing Old Milton. So the upper one is on the eastern side of Old Milton and is sort of the industrial language, with retail kind of poking out at the corner on the far left side. And grade drops off as you head further west, and then we transition pretty much at the center of the building with this drop in height here to the townhome feel, the row house feel, as we come further west, and then we turn the corner. And again, all of these townhome elements have, as was already mentioned, they have porticos, stoops, and terraces above, and then Juliet balconies above, all in interest of engaging the facade and also introducing a more human scale to it. The north elevation here is the elevation that is facing our pool deck. So again, it's very much the same as what is facing the park. Again, all of these units that are on ground have walk-ups. They're a little simpler because they're right next to the pool deck, so we didn't want too much pushing into the pool deck space. The elevation on the south, that is the elevation that faces the Fire Lane Plaza that has the closest that we have to a back of house on the building, which is loading and trash doors. This white spot here is that other connection to the parking garage that is primarily for valet. And then everything right of that is a retail use. And again, the left side has our main entrance with placeholder signage above it. And then these material boards are in front. They're small enough that if you want, we can hand them to you if you want to see them. But essentially, the gist of it is we have a brown brick with a brown brick mortar to match, again, so that it feels monolithic. We wanted to avoid mortar joints or visual mortar joints, and then using, again, a dark fiber cement material to pop the brick in a number of different locations. This second board is looking at the black brick that we're using primarily on the south facade of the building, facing the office building and the amphitheater, but is also used as an accent pretty much everywhere on the facade. And again, it will have a black or dark mortar, and again, pretty much everything that is not brick, we're trying to play down, create as a background with a darker finish, whether it's black or a very dark gray. That'll be true for windows and balconies and pretty much any metal or other material on the facade. And then lastly, we have the lighter brick on the project. Just looking for something that's got a little bit of visual interest to it, a little bit of texture to it, and that will pop against the darker materials in the building and play nicely with the red-brown brick. And again, looking for the contrast with the darker materials around it. And that pretty much concludes my component. I'm willing to answer questions, otherwise it'll transition over to Lauren with
All
core.
right, don't go away.
Understood.
Let's jump back to some of the elevations, the flat elevations that you were showing us. Yeah, it's probably the first one. Okay, let's start with that one. And then the entrance to the parking deck, okay? Now above that, those are residential units?
That's correct.
So the parking deck is, again, inside?
Correct.
Deep, okay.
Correct. There's essentially a 60-foot transition zone between the face of the retail at the street and where the parking deck actually begins. The residential building above is not that full 60 feet of depth, so it's actually set back 10 to 15 feet, which we're taking advantage of to minimize kind of the tunnel that you feel like you're going through. And then to create some visual separation between those units and the public use space below them, we've introduced these balconies here that you can see which help preserve some view lines and things like that, so that people don't feel like when they're in their units, they're right above that heavily used zone of the building.
So, and that's a usable balcony, or is it a
Yes.
faux balcony?
We
You
only-
actually step out onto it then? if
We,
you're in-
all of the balconies on the project are meeting Alphareta's zoning requirement of a 6-foot by 8-foot balcony in order to be considered a balcony, with only a handful of exceptions, which are the Juliets on the old Milton Parkway side of the building. We have a handful of Juliets over there that would not be considered balconies.
Okay. And then take your line again and show us where the retail versus the multifamily happens.
Sure. That line is quite literally right here at the 4th floor.
Okay.
So on the low side of the site, that's on the office building side, it's pretty much a full 2 stories of retail height, roughly 20 feet, give or take. And then, as Mark mentioned, that road is elevated, and by the time it hits Old Milton Parkway, it's 5 or 6 feet higher. So we've terraced that floor as we go up.
And so before the tenants come in, obviously you've put some architectural kind of character down there now, just for
Correct.
show purposes. What is it gonna be before you get a tenant? What is it gonna look like?
You want to answer that?
Speaking of the microphone, if you.
Yeah.
So it'll be a timing situation. So there'll be a certain point where we are either gonna be back here to show you what we are going to install, or we will have leased them to tenants with enough time between then and when the building needs to open for them to deliver the spaces that they want. But it's our preference that, with their submittals to us, and that before it comes to you, so we get to see what they're gonna propose, that they inject some personality into their spaces, so it doesn't feel like, kind of just a plain old shopping center. Like like I'm actually pretty hopeful here, like that some of them might break the rules a little bit more than a typical tenant might. I mean, maybe they choose different storefront typologies, like kind of like you might see in an old village or something like that. Maybe even some of them choose wood. Like I'd love to see different types here. So it'll be a timing situation.
Okay, very good. And then Brandon, if you can zoom in maybe to one of these corners and just kind of walk us through the materials from the ground floor up to the parapet. And I know somebody's got the sample board somewhere. Maybe somebody can help hold that up while you're kind of talking about the
Sure.
materials.
So it's a little bit different. This is the southeast corner of the building. So this is one of the brown brick, more industrial language.
All right, help me out. I'll get Mike to point on the site plan where this corner is on the site plan, if you will.
South, yeah, south.
All right, down, okay. All right, very good, thank you.
And this is essentially brown brick. We have vertical piers and pilasters to kind of create this vertical fenestration pattern. We're using the black brick with a stacked bond instead of a traditional bond in the spandrel zones between the windows, again, to inject a little bit of contemporary brick language into what will otherwise be fairly traditional. We're taking advantage of different brick planes to help those pilasters read. And then as we work our way up to the parapet and the cornice line, we're introducing a corbelled cornice, again, all red brown brick, and then just a typical metal coping above that hopefully is not super visible from the street.
Okay, and then for instance, the storefront or the windows or the glazing, what do you envision there?
So the ground floor will ultimately be whatever a retail tenant wants.
Right.
There will most likely be a louver zone in there somewhere for them, which we're showing. But again, we have no idea what that's really going to look like. Once you get up to the 4th floor, we are proposing a dark finish vinyl window at the moment. And in the industrial zone of the building, the industrial language of the building, we're further breaking up those windows with lights. They will be simulated lights, they won't be true lights, but we'll have muttons in there to
Will
help.
they be internal to the glazing system, or will they be proud of the
I don't think
glass?
we've really gotten there yet. I don't know that we have a good sense of.
Because, you know, if it's internal, then depending on the angle, you won't see them at all.
There are 3 options. There's face applied, there's internal, and then there's sort of a hybrid that is internal with face applied. We're just looking at all those options.
And is the glazing clear, tinted? What are your thoughts on that?
It'll be as clear as we can get it. We'll probably steer clear of any tinting beyond what's necessary from a low E coating standpoint. That's particularly going to be true on any ground floor retail stuff, but up above, we're not anticipating introducing any color tints.
Is that 3rd floor balcony? That's confusing to me, because that's
Oh.
not residential, right?
Yeah, it's because you're looking further down the elevation.
Okay,
If
I was thinking that, but I just wanted to be
Yeah,
clear.
let me go to that facade really quickly. So those lower balconies that you're seeing is actually this balcony
Okay.
here. And this is where it transitions. So on the south side of the facade, the retail really only comes back essentially this far. then this is kind of a transition zone, and the retail then tucks under here a little bit, but this is back-of-house retail, so you saw in the civil plan, there was a retail trash and other things under there. So this guy here is actually a unit. So the units of the building are basically above that red line. And we have a balcony there. And to be honest, we've looked at not putting that balcony there. So that could change.
While you're on that, sorry, while you're on that elevation, yeah, slide down to the left, just past the loading area. Now what's on the first floor? I'll call it the first floor there.
So this will all be aluminum storefront. It will be broken up to be as similar in character to the windows above in the residential units. We really want that language with the lights to come down to grade.
But that won't be multifamily.
It will be amenity space for multifamily, so it'll be.
Amenity space,
Yeah,
okay.
so that's still very much in flux, so I don't know that I can speak to what's happening behind that glazing. But the goal is to have lobby space back there, amenity space back there on the ground floor.
Okay.
I had a couple questions in general relating to the multifamily and how you guys are going to be articulating that on the facades. Can you explain how you guys are going to be dealing with dryer and bathroom vents?
Yes.
Because they will be all over the place.
Well, our plan is for that not to happen. At the moment, because the facade is as vertical as it is, and these pilasters are really important to the success of the building, and not just in the industrial portion of the building, but also if we step over here to sort of the row house language, there will not be any vents in any of the vertical brick zones. Our plan at the moment is to center all the vents on windows, so we'll have clusters of vents in the brick zone between the windows vertically.
So over the windows?
So like, for example, here and here. And we're still looking at that, what those would look like. You know,
Are they going to be hooded vents, or are they going to be combined into one?
that's
Because I know
still
that
up in the
you
air.
have to have a certain distance from any operable windows too.
That's right. So there are a couple of different strategies for that. I don't think we've landed on one. We do know that we will group them as close as possible. Whether they wind up being combined into a single louver zone or not, I don't think we've really landed on that yet. But we will, at a bare minimum, have a dedicated dryer exhaust that will be hooded in some way, shape, or form, and then an additional exhaust or two serving the unit. And we're planning to cluster them at every window. And at the moment, we have something at every window, so again, it is reinforcing that verticality.
Is at the kind of balcony areas, is that recessed back at all, or is that pretty flush?
It's not really recessed. I'm going to go back to a rendering because I think that tells the story a little bit better.
Because sometimes you could have the opportunity to do them on the sidewall, and then they're gone.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry
I don't
about
think they won't be that recessed.
Okay.
What we are doing is we're creating these kind of vertical eyebrows that poke out beyond the brick on either side of those balconies, and then they wrap over and above. Again, all in the interest of emphasizing that glass zone and that verticality. And there's probably no opportunity for us. We wouldn't want to put any louvers in that again.
Could you locate them on the underside of the soffit to avoid having, you know,
Potentially.
the brick is really nice with your
Yeah.
lintels and all that, and it just seems like it would really disturb the architecture. And a lot of times the contractors come in and you think they're going to do them symmetrically and perfect, and they're like pretty,
I think especially on the white brick.
Especially
it's
on
gonna
the
be
white
really
brick,
tough
yeah.
to, on the darker surfaces, if they were painted a darker color, they would blend in a lot more. It's gonna be tough.
Well, there are also products that would let us color match the brick almost exactly. So again, I don't know that we've made a decision one way or the other, but there are two kind of extreme views on that. You could either match the brick so that from a distance it all disappears, or we could match the metal.
If you have any opportunity on some of those insets, I would definitely take advantage of
Yeah.
that.
Nothing disappears.
Understood.
like to see almost a more detailed picture of what you're planning to do, because you're gonna have 355 of these, or however many units you got.
Times
so-
3.
Yeah.
Or 4.
So yeah, I mean, it looks great now, and when Brett goes out there to get your CO and all of a sudden it doesn't look like this and you've got some other things, we don't want that to happen.
Understood.
We'd like to
Neither
solve
do
it
we.
now.
Yeah, I think you, personally, I think you've done a great job with the architecture sides. I mean,
I agree.
To me, I think it looks great.
I had a couple other questions that pertain to details. Are all of the roof drains for the residential structures internal? There's no gutters and downspouts or anything?
On the main building, on the taller of the two buildings, I'm gonna actually jump back even further here. So if you're looking at this plan, pretty much everything on the main building over on the east side is internal, or will be draining down through the parking garage in some way, shape, or form. Where we have the row houses or the row house feel, have several different options that we're looking at. One is to just do internal drains with scuppers, and the other is to play up the residential nature of those facades even further and introduce downspouts or something of that nature. But I don't think we've decided one way or the other.
Do you have any overflow scuppers on the main building, or are they going to
They're
be
all
backup
sloping
drains?
they're all sloping to the back, so there will be nothing
Okay.
on the main building.
And then the last question I have pertains to mechanical units. These are all split units for all the units, so you're going to have a big field of compressors on the roof, I presume? Nothing on the ground level?
Correct.
Condensing
Yeah.
units, yeah.
Yeah, so our plan will be to keep them as narrow and along a very central zone of the roof. You can see that in our sections, which will come up later. I can
Yeah.
jump to those right now. But essentially, everywhere on the building, we will have condensing units. Our goal is to place them dead center over corridor and over kind of back-of-house areas of the units. It helps with acoustics and structurally easier as well, and also helps with sightlines. So that's generally the goal. We don't have a plan that really shows that in this package, but if you were to look at the roofs of this building, there's this sort of central zone running around the whole perimeter that is dedicated to the condensing units.
And then for the retail, you're running those up to the roof as well?
Correct. We'll have dedicated retail zones on the roof, on the east facade, or the east portion of the building will have dedicated retail
For
zones on its
grease
roof.
ducts as well?
Correct.
That's a long grease duct.
Yeah, it'll require access
Yeah.
along the way.
Okay, I'll tell you what, just go back to a couple of the elevations again. We kind of looked at one corner, let's look at another corner, or maybe we look at a center bay area
Okay.
of what.
So what we talked about previously is basically the brown brick industrial language that we're using. On this south facade, we have that same language, but we're switching to all black brick. And that plane is set back 10 to 12 feet. And again, it's really just a hyphen between the buildings. And we'll inject a little bit more modern material, even though the language of the brick itself is still very industrial. But again, the components are essentially the same. We have the stacked bond, black brick spandrel elements. We have the piers that will be a similar but slightly lighter black brick. And we have the same cornice detailing on the black brick as we do on the brown brick, just at a slightly different height to distinguish the two. We have the balconies cantilevered off those facades. They are the same style of balconies. So all of that is going to be very similar, except for the material change. We do have some fiber cement facades. This is an accent piece that is kind of wrapping the corner to the facade that is facing pool. So we'll do that one next. That's this guy here. So the south side of the building is the side over here on the right. And this facade is facing the pool, facing west, facing the park. We have 2 floors of amenity space in there, which are those larger windows on the bottom 2 floors of the building and units above. And we're using this zone to kind of start eroding the more harsher, rigid industrial language to the more contemporary language we're using on the further west side of the building. So we've eliminated the lit windows here, and we've started introducing some of the language that is showing up on the more contemporary row house portion of the building, including those eyebrows around the balcony zones. But we're keeping the brick here as the red brick in order to sort of visually make that transition to the more industrial language behind it. Each of these openings will be framed by a metal of some type to match those storefronts. And then on the inside corners, we're just using a black fiber cement that comes down all the way to grade and wraps up over the top of the brick here. And again, the choice of color is really so that the brick pops and to create hyphens at those joints. And then as we move around to the row house portion of the building, where we have the more verticality, again, we've eliminated the lights altogether, and we've pulled those balcony elements all the way down to grade with walk-ups. So we have this white brick extending all the way up to the little bit above the topmost floor, and then we transition to on one facade, a pseudo mansard. Basically, the facade that is facing Old Milton is essentially a mansard roof. I can show you that in a rendering in a second. And that's sort of the primary row house facade. And then as we rotate around the building to the west and the south, that transitions to a fiber cement. And the detailing simplifies a little bit. But visually, graphically, it's very much the same. You can see the walk-ups here, each one coming up into a unit. This is all happening along the fire lane that is facing the park, which will hopefully feel more like a pedestrian park plaza type experience, trail experience, than a fire lane. And then this element on this far left of this elevation is that corner piece on the northwest element of the building that is really just the hyphen at that corner that is transitioning from the simplified townhouse feel that is really pretty much all the lighter brick to the more elaborate townhouse feel. Here you can see on the right here, this is that brick element at the corner. And then everything to the left of that is what's facing Old Milton Road. And we've broken that up further by introducing the brown brick elements every once in a while to interrupt that mansard roof, create some more verticality, create some height, and differentiate that facade. And that marches along essentially half the facade. This portion is the portion that is set back behind the existing trees. So again, a lot of that from Old Milton should hypothetically not even be visible. It's really more about the pedestrian experience as you're walking under that tree canopy.
Until winter time, then the leaves are gone.
Well, that's fair, yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I'll just back out there. Okay, so
Sure.
as I'm heading east on Old Milton Parkway,
Right, which is basically this way.
yeah, so I'm going that, okay. Right, so that right-hand side is what I'll kind of see first.
Correct.
As I'm heading east. Yes,
Correct.
all right. I'm just trying to get oriented here.
Yeah,
All right.
and we have that corner as one of our renderings.
Yeah, she did.
As prominent as it can be, that is this element here, right, at that corner. The hyphen here between the existing trees is a little exaggerated, so you can see more architecture. In reality, those existing trees, canopies are significantly larger and closer together because we're only really proposing eliminating one existing tree for the fire lane connection there.
So if a fire truck has to get access, they'll just pull off of Old Milton, right, turn right there.
Correct.
Old Milton and scoot back.
That's correct.
Shoot, okay.
They'll basically come right up like that. And then that continues all the way back behind the building and serves as a trail more than anything else.
No, I'm just trying to visualize what I'm seeing as I'm heading east on Old Milton, how much of the building I'm seeing, or how much of
Yeah.
the facades I'm seeing.
Yeah, and this is what you're seeing on the Milton facade. So this is that corner on the westernmost end of Milton. These are the row houses. You can, the existing trees are concealing this a little bit, but you can see the white brick with the mansard and then the red brick and then that rhythm kind of marching down. This here is where the building steps up a story to the industrial red brick facade. And that is really captured in this rendering here. So that is this language here. And that comes all the way across to the private road. We have, if I go to elevation really quickly, sorry for going back and forth, apologize. This is that facade, so that step up occurs here, and then this, which is roughly midway down that facade, and then that industrial language continues all the way to the private road. We're introducing some hyphens between it with some black brick and lower parapets in order to break it up visually, so it still won't feel like one monolithic facade. And we kind of like the proportion of the two smaller and one larger to kind of avoid symmetry. And then sort of draw as much attention as we can to the corner element, which is where we start breaking the more rigid geometries down to be retail friendly and create the moment for signage.
Your balcony railings, they're all black metal?
They will be black or something very close to it, yes.
I noticed on the materials list, one of the materials was glass railing system. Did you use that anywhere?
There are, yeah, speaking of things that are potentially changing, there's a little bit of parapet that is above the retail facing the retail street, the street A, and some of those parapets are lower than would be required for guardrail purposes, and we're still noodling, really honestly, on whether we would want to use a glass rail there instead of put something up there that complicates visually what's happening. But we haven't really.
But as you've got it right now, it's not on the plan, right?
Right.
Okay, I was looking, I couldn't find it
Yeah, I
anywhere.
mean, literally where it would be, I mean, we can obviously revise these, but literally it would be like somewhere there. There's not a lot of it. And it's just being used to create the guardrail where we don't really want some other rail system popping up there and being a visual distraction.
Brent, going back to the old Milton Parkway elevation, trying to get a handle on, I like the character of, I'll say, north elevation part 2. I like that character, that variety of architecture, and then when you get to part 1, I guess, the upper elevation, north elevation, it becomes very, I'm gonna say, monolithic. It's like, all right, how do we bring a little bit more character to that?
So the 2D elevation, I don't think really does it justice. The character really is the repetition of that module, really sort of playing up an older, more industrial building. And what you can't see on this elevation very easily is every other bay on this facade essentially has a projecting balcony on it, which will be metal work and tension bars, and that adds a lot of visual interest to that facade as it goes down. And again, as mentioned, we are splitting it up into essentially 3 parts.
Yeah, I just like the different color brick that you've done on, I'll call it part 2, PT2, whatever that stands for.
Right.
That just creates that, just gives it a greater architectural character, I'll put it that way.
Noted.
And how do you continue that or carry that over to the,
It does look like at the darker zones that it steps in pretty significantly
It does.
to
It does.
if you look at
So there will be shadow lines there.
right here.
I guess what you were, as you described this earlier, what you were going for was this was, had been like a warehouse or something at some point, or a factory,
Correct.
right? This section of the building. And then some other things got added onto it over time, some residential, so that's kind of the two different looks.
Correct. Yeah, that's,
Again, on that top north elevation, where does the retail, how far down does the retail go?
the retail really only extends to here.
I see, okay.
So everything else on this facade is residential. This is an egress door, but everything else on this facade is residential.
Okay. And some of those units, the ground floor units, I guess they're called the
They-
second floor units, or can you walk out from those
That is
units?
correct, correct.
Okay.
So you're showing on that screen, the scale of the two buildings is about the same?
Correct.
Is that true? Is there a different scale between the part one and part two? Or are they basically half and half
They're all,
lengthwise?
I mean, we didn't do it on purpose exactly. It was driven by the size of the parking structure behind it. But yeah, it's almost dead center split between the two. Obviously, the row house feel will hopefully break up the western portion of the facade so it doesn't feel like it's two different things. It'll feel like a more playful element and then the larger element that had been there for a while.
Yeah, I like it. It's almost like you took that Brookside building that's back there and moved it out to the road and re-skimmed it and then added on.
So this particular design feature of the building was something that we wanted to do intentionally. A lot of multifamily buildings sometimes feel like a patchwork quilt of like whatever materials we can find at the material yard. And we like a rhythmic expression that in the example of the townhome section is very repetitive with not a lot of material changes, but like subtle and meaningful ones. But then portions of the building where it's almost like a mental respite from the continuing changes. So like to still make it feel like it has an interesting in and out of the architecture with the balconies and the setbacks, but to intentionally not try to make it feel like we change materials a ton of times, to like give people a mental break from some of what you see often.
Okay, any other questions, comments about the,
Yeah, just what about building lighting? How much, I've noticed some light fixtures here and there, but have you settled on building lighting yet?
Yeah, that's still very early phases,
Okay.
full caveat, but we are essentially keeping the building lighting at that ground floor where we have the row house language. We're trying to keep them to, stoop-like lighting so that it still feels very much like a row house experience. As we wrap around to the retail and south facades of the building, we're experimenting with graze lighting and things like that on the brick piers and things like that. But again, the scale of the lighting on the building itself should be fairly subdued.
Generally, our attitude is gentle accent, like very gentle
Okay.
accent.
I like that, I like that. I mean, that's
nothing-
something that maybe you could review that and approve it, right?
Even on the site lighting itself, it's like
Yeah.
comfortable lamp lighting level, not like overhead lighting level.
Right. Okay.
But you're intending on using the fixtures that were included in the submission for your
Yeah,
unit
the
sconces
plan
and
is,
things
the plan
like
is to
that?
be as holistically consistent as possible with the rest of the site. So as the site fixtures are developed, we'll be looking at how we can, if not use exactly the same fixture, which probably won't happen, we can at least get really close stylistically.
And in the package, you submitted gooseneck lighting for, I presume that's for retail areas. Can you show us where those would occur?
Sure. So that's really showing up on the lighting plan. I'm gonna run over to it real quick. So we're doing canopy lighting at the front, which is what all of this blue is. That'll all be down lighting on the underside of the canopy. And as you can see, there isn't a lot of additional building facade light here as we go east. Once we get to the retail facade, you'll see these orange dots. These orange dots are a upward-facing, downward-facing wall sconce. Again, we're trying to just graze the brick materials on the piers, trying not to be overwhelming.
Those are the cylinder lights?
Correct, those are the cylinder lights that we're currently showing. And we're relying on tree uplighting in that zone as well, and also, you know, human scale post lights that are scattered throughout the site. And that's really the extent of our you know, building face lighting. There's a couple of places where we're experimenting with doing some subtle linear uplighting on some brick walls here and there, mostly at the hyphens between the two languages, where we don't have a lot of residential windows that would get in the way of, but that's it, really.
What kind of linear uplighting? Is it like strip?
Yeah, I don't know that it'll necessarily be a strip. It'll just be something really, really minimal, not unlike something like this here on the bottom left. And we would conceal that. You wouldn't see it.
Indirect, or it would be concealed?
Yeah, it would be concealed. We'd hide it behind a plate or something.
Okay, any other architectural elevation material questions for the applicant?
On that, the metal grate that's on that corner, that, are those movable? Those louver-like parts?
I mean, technically, yes, they'll ultimately be bolted to the building somehow. They will be a metal, they will be coated black. They will be designed partly by us and partly by the signage team, so it'll be a collaboration. So for that reason, it's still a little bit in flux, because we haven't fully developed the signage package yet. But the idea is to have that metal louver piece come down. It really is the main identifier for not just the building itself at that intersection, but also for the whole development beyond.
I personally like that feature.
I do too.
Yeah, and I think the sign like that actually looks, I don't know, size-wise, if it fits code, but I think it's a good look.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back. Old Milton, you did a 3D rendering kind of at the corner. I was coming, driving east on Old Milton, just, and there was there was another rendering. I thought it was more, there we go. All right, I love that character. So just, again, identify the materials, if you will, on what's happening right in that.
Sure.
Right in that view.
So again, we really only have the 3 bricks. All 3 bricks are present here. We have the white brick, which is the predominant row house brick that we're using on the west facade and the south facade. The only difference here is that we've interrupted it every once in a while with a brown brick vertical row house. And that row house extends up higher than the white brick. So if I go back to the previous rendering, you can see, well, actually, you can't really see it super well. Hold on one second. Let me go to the elevation. So what we're doing there is we've got the 4 stories of white brick with the very vertical reed to it, with the slightly recessed balcony zones. And on this facade, those balconies, these rails, these are those Juliets, so they are not projecting out. But we are still treating them within the eyebrow. We have the mansard roof up above, which will be a metal standing seam mansard roof. The brown brick brownstones extend up all the way to the main roof parapet. They will have brick cornice detailing very similar to the red brick facade on the industrial portion of the building. Again, we're trying to kind of cross-pollinate that language a little bit. And then The other significant difference is we have, I'll go back to the rendering because now at this point you can see it better in the rendering. At each of these row house facades in the center, it's basically a 3-element pattern that repeats. And in the center of those 3, we have these porticos with compressed arch, which serves as a front porch for a unit behind, a terrace above for the unit above, behind, and then above that, in that vertical zone, we have Juliet's there. Again, trying to declutter that facade a little bit, make it feel really vertical.
How big are those porches?
I don't know exactly. I can tell you that they're currently diagrammed out to be at least 6 foot by 8 foot, but the 6 foot by 8 foot has some change on it, so it's like 6'4" by 8'8" or something like that.
Seems kind of, if it's a 6 by 8, it seems kind of heavy with all that brick and everything, makes it even more an enclosed feeling.
Yeah.
If it's that small of a patio space.
Yeah, we
Especially
didn't want it.
If someone wants to, I think the idea is, on the city's behalf, staff's behalf, is to activate it and get people to sit on their porches, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that heavy brickwork really accomplishes that.
Okay, well, that's a fair point. I mean,
Almost seems that if you introduce some of the steel elements that you've got in other areas, it would lighten it up a bit and make it more chance of being activated.
How, just curious, how active do you think that, I'm gonna call it the front door of these units will be? I mean, is this where deliveries come? Is this where guests come, visitors come? Is this, so it's more for
it's gonna come down to the
than
tenant.
it is for,
Yeah, so what we tried really hard to do is we placed all of those, well, this is a slight exception. The Old Milton Parkway porches are really essentially just like a front porch per se.
For individual units,
Correct.
right?
As that wraps around the rest of the building, it's really predominantly on the west and south facade, all park facing, and so that was very purposefully done with the hope that those would be convenient points of access for those tenants to the park for whatever reason, whether it's pets or whether they want to use the trail. And that's why they're predominantly on those facades of the building and don't show up on some of the other facades.
well, it certainly gives it more character. I mean, and you're making it look like they're pretty well used at this point. Somebody's coming, it's like somebody just finished shopping or heading out.
Always.
All right. Again, I like the architectural character that this presents. It gives it a little different variety in. So. Okay, all right. Any other architectural questions, comments? All right.
On the council conditions, you gotta come back to those at the end, or
Yeah.
you wanna do them as we go?
I'll do the council conditions at the end.
At
since
the
they
end.
kind of cover
Everything.
so. All right, let's talk about landscaping now, please. Landscape and hardscape.
Thank you, everybody.
I'll tell you what, let's do this. I'm gonna ask that we take about a 5-minute recess, or just to get the blood flowing in our legs and go to the restroom and get a coffee break, and so, all right, we'll take a 10-minute recess and get back to talk about landscaping. Thank you. It just hit me. morning and get started back again with the Portman Brookside application. And I think we had just recessed and went to recess, and then we're going to talk about landscaping. So, all right, let's talk about landscaping
All
and
right.
hardscape.
Thank you. My name's Lauren Babineau. I'm a landscape architect with CORE. I also have Mark Mason, the principal of CORE, with me, so you may hear him interject as well. We'll pick up on site materials. So playing off of architecture, we just played into the color palette and have a few selections here. Permeable pavers where it makes sense, standard concrete, a few select areas for some wood and steel to warm it up, and some artificial turf in the amenity spaces.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. There we
Good,
go.
Thank you. So that, okay.
Sure.
There's steel or aluminum primed and painted iron ore, and there's wood, kumaru, or cedar.
Correct. That's at the pergola in the amenity deck.
Okay. So that's not really a landscape item.
It's the site materials.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
All right. So this is the landscape strategy. Really, it's just to give you an idea, like a mental picture in your mind of what the site will look like. I think there was a question earlier, and it's really we want to do right by y'all, the city, Portman, and provide landscape that looks good year-round and has nice interest. So these are just some general ideas and themes to get that through your mind. We really just want a holistic, knit-together campus. So we'll have large massings with mixed species, naturalized landscape. At the park area and the multi-use trail, we have street-lined trees with landscape cutouts, really to bring down the scale and pedestrianize it, and then really low landscaping around the frontage of the buildings. We included some images of the plant selections. We really tried to limit sod and do more plant species and plantings. There's a layering of overstory, midstory, ground covers, ornamental grasses. There's a wide array of plantings. These are the understory and screening trees. We have a mix of evergreen and deciduous. We feel really confident it's a 50-50 mix. And then we've got perennials and ornamental grasses. Really, the perennials are in select locations, as well as some annuals around signage. And this is the overall site plan. So I'm really going to walk you through it, and then we can talk about it and get into things. So along Old Milton Parkway, we've got some existing oak trees that we're proposing to keep. And then underneath that is understory plantings with foundation plants that really relate to the shade conditions there. There's a wide array of different planting styles. We're trying to keep it close-knit, but the shade conditions are really what we're playing into zone by zone. But really, you still get that holistic campus
So why
approach.
don't you zoom into I'm going to say the left-hand corner there or area, and
Yes.
just kind of walk us through what some of the plant materials are just in that area or in that zone, please.
Sure. Okay. Sure. So you have access to the multi-use trail here with the sculptural element placeholder right now, but we have fescue to match existing. And then really we have kind of this backdrop of plantings that play into the existing pine trees. So you get some eastern redwoods, autumn ferns, oak leaf hydrangea, understory plantings that really do well in shaded conditions.
So in that spot right there, we have the pond.
Yes.
And generally, we like ponds screened. I understand that there is a screen, if you will, there's a wall that's part of the pond reconstruction. And that part of the wall that's facing Old Milton is raised up 2 feet, 3 feet, or something to that effect.
Yeah,
Is
2.5
it
at
even
the
that far?
corner.
So something that I would, I'd like to see there is, there's a straight view from the street, straight through to that wall. And then what's beyond, and then on the north is up, be the east side where that walkway comes down. That'd be, so come down and around on the other side. Yeah, so come down that trail or that, and then what is that material there next to, where I'm
That's the
assuming
grass
the wall is not raised
paved.
above grade?
That's the grass paved for fire access.
Okay. So is there any way we can add something to help screen the pond, both from public right-of-way and from that other view, or especially the trail view?
I mean, we do have the fence, but it is a very narrow space. We can look into it, but really there's not enough room for evergreen screening directly in front of it.
And I get it, it's a fire lane and such, so, but I'm more concerned, with the views from the street.
Right here at the corner, I will say, we are showing signage.
No, not there, up,
Okay.
straight up,
Right here.
yeah, straight up from like where that inlet is, straight up to the street. That view there is wide open.
Well, you have the existing trees, which
I
are
know.
very full, and we think that it's well screened. But I understand maybe we can get some more understory plantings within there.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
So again, the fire access, or the firefighters' access right there is where the geocell fescue that's where they're coming in if they need, heaven forbid, they need to come in.
That's
The
correct.
site's irrigated, correct? The site is irrigated, correct?
Design and build.
Yeah.
It will
So
be design.
Turf
build.
is overhead sprays.
It's design build right now, so I don't,
Can you speak into the microphone,
Sorry.
please?
we'll engage somebody on a design build basis, like identifying the plans for them to propose the best solutions for those individual locations.
So things like autumn ferns and things like that, they do better with some overhead spray, that kind of thing. So that's something y'all need to pay attention to, that certain areas will have overhead spray, and it doesn't matter if it comes off the turf or something like that, rather than just drip. But all that needs to be irrigated. Okay.
So as we move along the foundation, we have this signage element here where we have Leary Open front and then annual color in the bed. And then we get the foundation plantings with understory trees, eastern redbuds. The fescue continues here, and you really get nice foundation planting.
That's north side of the building, correct?
It is. It's really, north is kind of like this.
So I've got a concern, and I don't know about my colleagues as well, with redbuds, it's going to be heavy, heavy, heavy shade. And as you know, redbuds aren't doing the best as they come out of nurseries these days anyway, and they're kind of hard to find because of that. But redbuds in there, I think are going to be problematic, and I think they'll probably fail because they're going to be at 100% shade. So you might want to rethink. Is that a tree for the sake of being a tree, or is that a tree because the city needs it to be a tree?
I believe it will be a requirement with the arborist and the zoning condition, or not the zoning conditions, permitting conditions.
Okay.
Having, I think, every 25 feet a tree.
But,
So-
but generally, like, we want
We want it.
multi-layered density through there. Like, I mean, we're not just doing it because you're asking us to do it. Like, we do want it to be,
Heavily
So, yeah.
planted. And
Okay.
so we can maybe consider a dogwood or a Chinese, not a Chinese fig tree, something else that would.
I saw sweet bay magnolias on your list.
Mhm.
They might be okay. Redbuds are just,
They're finicky. They
they're,
can be.
they're a pain right now. And I just don't think they need sun, and they aren't gonna get any there.
Yeah, we
Okay.
see them
I
as
don't know
part
about
shade, but I
My colleagues
understand.
down here, if
No,
they've got
I agree. We've had a
suggestions or.
lot of difficulties sourcing those. I mean, it could be different at the time of installation here. I don't know when the install is, but
Yeah, I think it's a valid comment. I think the sweet bays are a better alternative given the exposure levels, but we do like that layeredness, and
Sure.
we wanted something understory to sort of break up the architectural facade in that location.
And redbud is by far my favorite tree in the spring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
For sure. Any treatment planned, I see that, I'm assuming the dashed line or the double dashed line is right-of-way, property line?
Property line right here
Yeah.
at the trees.
So there's no plans for anything above that at all?
Right now, there's fescue existing, and it seems to be doing really well. It's not grayed out or anything, so we would like to keep it.
Oh, it's doing well? Okay.
It's doing well.
Just minimizing the impact on the existing trees is something we're just
Okay.
aware of.
And this is a question for Mr. Green. Will you all have a maintenance agreement with the city to take that from curb to building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'll be all yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll be in your best interest to take that over. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as we continue along Old Milton, we continue the trees with new trees to match the existing. And underneath that, we believe it will still be shaded as due north. We have Mahonia, autumn ferns, lily turf in front of the wall areas, which are really low. And we also have a hedge here.
I can't hear you very well.
Sorry, we also have a hedge here along Old Milton.
What's that hedge?
That's what I'm looking for.
It's
Oh, it's Burford.
Burford holly.
I see.
Yeah.
See it now.
Okay, and then we make our way into the site, and you get the tree-lined street with,
Is that crosswalk up there, is that true pavers?
I would believe it will be permeable pavers, true pavers.
That, that's a DOT permit situation, so the intent is to make it permeable pavers, but of course, we're subject to DOT's approval rights on what they'll accept in their
Okay.
zone.
Yeah, I don't know who gets to make that final, whether it's Pete's department or DOT, so. Okay, thank you.
And then we have a combination of dwarf yopon and these elm trees with lily turf underneath. You also get Mexican feather grass with a mix of color guard, Adam needle.
Before we go internal, can we keep going
To the right?
external?
Sure. So we have a placeholder sign here. We expect annual color around it. And we have more autumn fern and Mahonia. And then we screen the transformer over here with Distilleum. Do you want to go to Brookside?
Please.
Alrighty. So on this side, we have a mix of zoysia with nettle oaks, some dwarf wax myrtle, and then we screen the parking lot with dwarf Burford holly. We also will have some potential tenant patios here, and we plan to add hedging there as well.
Can we go back to the dwarf wax myrtle grouping? Are those screening utilities? Do they have a function
They
right
are
there?
screening, yes, water
Okay.
utilities.
What about the transformers? Are,
Those are also screened in the front.
I know they have to have clearance of a certain amount, but
Typically, we would plant around them, and if they need to come in and take them out, they would, and hopefully they'd be replanted.
So that corridor, right, see the red dashed line? I think that's your match line. If you follow that line, it takes you straight down to the loading corridor. It's a, right, exactly. So if you go, if you go back, I'd like to see somehow that we, from the right-of-way, manage to break up that view straight down the corridor through the parking lot to the loading dock. So see out there by the transformers? You've got the wax myrtles up above, but it's a straight shot angle line of sight right down there, right down that parking lot corridor and everything else. So I'd like to see if somehow we can screen that out by the street a little bit better.
Something bigger than the double row Burford holly, like,
I'm not convinced those double rows can stay with and get access to those transformers.
Yeah.
I'll the electrical department, Georgia Power. So yeah, I think that's one of my concerns is that view down to the loading dock.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good point.
I think that the landscape there could be maybe layered a little bit more. That kind of boxed wax myrtle grouping is a little awkward if we could, I know it serves a function, but maybe it could like spread out. We could layer and like pull that down to the sidewalk and the strip there and just maybe get a little more layering and year-round interest and, just not the block of one thing and then the row of the other.
Yeah, we can soften that and
Okay.
layer it more, of course.
And the same on the opposite side with, I guess we're screening maybe a water vault or something there, if we could just kind of like feather the landscape out to kind of blend.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, and on down to the end of the block if we could.
Just of note, I think we're gonna pursue a strategy instead of having so many water vaults for individuals. I think we're gonna sub-meter internally so we can reduce the number of things that are out on the street.
Sure.
That we just decided that last week, so.
Before you head down the street, looking at buildings C4, C5, C6, and C7, we're really not looking at them today. Are the footprints or the configurations of those buildings set in stone at this point?
The general
I'm just thinking of all
location
the
is.
landscaping that's going in and all this.
I'd like to keep it flexible so that if, say, an XYZ attractable tenant that we really want, because these four here are really intended for us to be food and beverage. Like, we're trying to make this little section like restaurant row of this project. And so if they come in and they say, hey, we want to bump the wall this way and squeeze it and, massage the shape of it, we would take this general plan you're looking at now and we would repropose in theirs like a derivative of it that is very close to it, assuming that that's okay with you guys.
Well,
But
now,
that's
I'm
the
just
intent.
thinking long-term, that vista that we were just talking about, all the way from Brookside Parkway down to the loading dock, may change because of the configuration of these buildings.
It won't change that much.
Okay.
Well, this is a bigger conversation.
Never say never.
I lament the fact that this parking is required. This is actually the first project that I've ever done where we had surface parking, that it wasn't all decked. But the feedback from the retail tenants in the community is strong as heck, that this is a valuable thing to them, and whether it is true or not, they believe it wholeheartedly. Otherwise, I would get rid of all of this surface parking out here, like 100%. So I don't think it will change massively, but
Okay.
that parking is kind of driving the general location of the building. I think it could suck in and push out in like a little bit, but the formation of it is in the ballpark.
Okay, didn't mean to get us off track here, so.
While we're looking at C5 though, they've got the trash enclosure or the compactor enclosure. There's a wall that's around that, and there was talk about that a little earlier. What are the wall materials on that, and how are you treating the screening of that whole area?
So the wall right out front here is going to be brick, and so we're going to elevate it 4 feet to be the fall protection as well as potentially a signage or wayfinding element, so you won't see the dumpsters when you're coming in.
Will a 4-foot wall cover that?
It should, because it's on the high side.
Yeah,
Like the
the dumpsters
dumpsters.
4
are
foot
lower.
over
Yeah.
the
Okay.
grade change.
Yeah.
Okay. And you got an evergreen hedge in front of that wall. Okay.
We do.
To the north side of that wall, behind C5 and C4, I believe you guys said that was going to be a modular wall with like a geogrid behind it. I'd be concerned about planting the green giant arborvitaes on top of that with the impact to the geogrid, which could structurally impact the wall. So maybe you'd consider a larger evergreen hedge along that boundary.
Sure. Rather than trees. Have you heard that? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the root ball size and what size those arborvitae are at time of planting, but we would certainly be mindful of the extent of the geogrid to not interfere with it.
Yeah, you wouldn't want the roots to impact that over time and infiltrate the geogrid, and then
Your
you're going to
your
have wall
guy
failure.
will negate
Yeah.
his warranty on that
Yeah.
wall, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I think have a plan B for anything other than trees.
Yeah.
All right. Moving into the interior, we have willow oaks in the parking areas with lily turf underneath, Indian hawthorn behind, and then we have the elms on the backside again, and you get the continuation of the liriope with the Adam's needle and the Mexican feather grass. Really, we want this pedestrian, low-scale thing. So we think we're getting these elms that are much, you know, sorry. You can walk below them quite easily, and they're not a massive tree, but they do create a nice canopy. Okay, and then moving in, really that continues throughout here. We get a sculpture placement here with a little bit of perennials in front of it. At the parking areas and the corner intersections, we have dwarf yaupon.
What are those materials for crosswalks?
That's the pervious paver as well.
Okay, so I think I saw, it was a Belgard product?
That's correct.
Okay, and it'll be permeable?
Permeable.
And is the crosswalk raised, or is it just flat?
So it's a speed table. It starts here, and so that is a flat, raised.
So it raises up to it,
Yeah,
It does.
and you can have that permeable
I believe so.
yeah.
with cars going over? it
Yeah,
that
they make-
much?
they make
No
vehicular-
pumping action to,
Vehicular-rated.
Yeah,
Not
it's
gonna
an
collect
interlocking
that much
pattern.
water.
huh?
It's not gonna collect that much water being at the top of a table.
We had them fail all over the place, and we did that, and we learned to change out the material underneath it.
I mean, the
Okay.
service drive behind the multifamily building is all permeable pavers.
Okay.
That's where the heavy trucks come in.
Okay.
Okay. And then that street condition continues as we move back to the multifamily entry, where we get a little, it starts to change a little bit. It gets more, you know, amenity scale. And so we have Lucan's laurel, some more Formosa azalea. Below here we have near the dog park. It starts to become more naturalized and park-like. We have river birch, some Asiatic jasmine, some more Mexican feathergrass, heavy metal switchgrass over
I heard
here.
river birch. Where's river birch?
They're right here, near the dog park.
Okay.
I think it's three, we might have
There's three. I
six
think there's
total
six, yeah.
on the entire site.
And they're far away from
They're
anything
just nice in a
that's-
tight grouping, I think. you know,
It's well internal to your site, so
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not gonna
they're known
sweat you
for
one way or the
some-
other on that.
Yeah, I think they're good where they're located.
There's actually some river birch out there now on that site.
Street A has all of the walls and the wall planters and that sort of stuff as your main drag as you come in. What are those wall materials? And then what's the hardscape material through there as well?
It's brick to match the building, and then it's standard concrete room finish.
Does it have a cap?
There will be a cap.
So there will be a prefab,
Precast.
precast? Okay. And all the crosswalks will all match?
Yes.
And is it all just room finish concrete?
That's
It
right.
is.
Okay. Is there any other pavers in streets or anything like that, or any other materials other than asphalt?
Just concrete at the crossings.
At the raised?
At the
the
speed
raised speed
tables.
tables.
Gotcha. Okay. Above C3, where the existing bank is, you got those, we're talking about that, where the head-in parking is there off of the bank, and then you've got your property line sort of, so my understanding was that is raised up above the building finished floor. What do you see from there? What are you looking at? I know the buildings probably are not designed yet. We did not even look at the buildings today. But what are we going to end up seeing parked in that parking lot as you look towards that building?
So that's correct. It's not yet designed, but landscape-wise, I mean, we have a row of lily turf in there. Really, I'm sure this will evolve as the buildings get more developed and what you're going to see on the backside, whether it's windows or what kind of foundation's happening. Maybe we could get a vine in there. It really just depends on what ends up happening with that.
How far below is that building elevation from parking?
I believe
Yeah, 5 feet. So there's like a knee wall there, you know, the finished floor is subterranean, you know, then you've got 5-6 foot knee wall, and then you've got the exposed building wall. So
Okay.
we know, we we acknowledged that space and wanted to get some greenery in there, and it's just a tough planting condition, so we're just going with Lyrio for now.
Okay, well, building's not designed yet.
Nope. Makes it challenging to design the landscape without the architecture, but we've got some good placeholders in there.
Revision fees come in.
Yeah.
We still have the art, and we owe, for the terms, and generally desire to do this, several wall murals throughout the property, in addition to sculptures, and at least one sound or light-based art feature. Those aren't placed on the site yet, but there's some select walls that we probably want to leave as potentials for artists to express their.
How many art features are you required or on the hook to do? I
don't
saw at least 3.
I don't remember the exact number, but I think we're going to considerably exceed it anyway. At least one large sculptural element, at least one either audio or light-based element. So that would be, something like a light projector doing little butterflies on the trail at night or something like that. And then a bunch of different wall murals. So we engaged Cat Eye Creative, which is an art consultant, to work with the Alpharetta Art Commission to kind of identify the different topologies where we want to do it. But
Okay.
we're hoping it can be a little edgy, if they're okay with that.
It's all separate from this board. It's its own process.
Yeah.
All right, is there anything else with these C buildings?
No, the buildings aren't, we're not really on those buildings yet, but, just something that stuck out to me as a potential problematic situation.
This topic was brought up before, but just since we're reviewing that area, you're relying a lot on blocks of plants. So where you have spaces where you can make a drift with your India hawthorn and those sorts of things,
Yeah.
it's going to add some visual interest to the eye when they're not looking at a block, but at something that curves a bit and sweeps the eye along that line.
Okay.
Okay, and then along the backside at the multi-use trail, we have some more lily turf and azaleas, distilium, Mexican feathergrass again. We have some loblolly pines here. And then you make your way up to that dog park, which we briefly talked about. And then along the trail, we have some white muley grass, northern sea oats, peewee oak hydrangea. And those are existing pines right there, so underneath those. Okay, and then as we make our way into the amenity area, changes a little bit. We get a little bit more mix in here. Some limelight hydrangeas, some distilium, dwarf rosemary out here. The tree selections are trident maples, and then sweet bay are the smaller ones. Okay, and then we have heavy metal switchgrass in here. Some more dwarf rosemary underneath those sweet bays. And then we have this gaming lawn over here with a little bit of sweet spire and more hydrangeas, a little bit of grasses as well. And then along the building, we have overcup oaks. It's a very upright variety with lily turf underneath and some little limelight hydrangeas. And then we move into the interior courtyard, which is really this wellness concept. We see this being as very immersive, very plant heavy, and it has its own unique planting as well. It's very shaded, so we want to lean into that and make sure it's evergreen and full. So here there's Japanese spurge, autumn fern. We have loblolly pine forest surrounding with those plants underneath. We've got a bosque of trident maples here and some some Formosa azaleas mixed in as well. That's a good question. That's a great question.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Make a deal with the arborist.
Yeah.
All right, and then we move along the backside and we get more foundation plantings. We get sweet bay magnolias with the lily turf, and so it does make sense to continue those sweet bays along the frontage as well. And then you get the detention, which is screened with bald cypress and loblolly, and you have the existing pines along the backside as well.
So just a question about that building, the internal courtyard. So that's only accessed by the residents, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then how tall is that building? How deep is that well, I'll call it? 40, 50, 60 feet?
Yeah, I think it's 4 stories.
4 stories, okay.
No.
It's pretty deep. then.
No.
You think you get,
The little building in the center is based on the concept of like a Norwegian longhouse.
okay,
And the theme of the property is like wellness, so it has an upgrade, like a significantly upgraded gym and a spa and like all this stuff for wellness. So
okay.
the little building out there was to create a vista for people interior to the courtyard and to create like the yoga space and things like that. That we intentionally made this a quiet courtyard as opposed to some buildings who put like every outdoor game you could play out there. It's like we didn't want to do that. We wanted it to be quiet and nature-like.
That's the well-being building in the well.
It's only like a story and a half tall
Okay.
with a
All right,
peaked
thank you.
roof. So.
Outdoor speakers, that sort of thing too?
Yes, yep.
Okay, very good.
Little fountain?
Little,
Yeah,
little
there
bubbler
actually is.
right here. That's right.
Yep.
So the entrances to the units are all this interior hallway? Am I reading that right?
The entrances are.
To the
well,
units are
units.
from the interior.
The interior, so.
Correct.
So like, the people on the interior, are they the only ones that can see this interior?
Yeah, all stories to the interiors. Like that's their vista looking into it.
Okay.
Which was like part of why I'd asked them. Like I intentionally asked them to include some pines. Like I don't know if y'all share the same thought, but I feel like we don't use our pines enough here in Georgia. Like I know like everybody's like,
They
ooh.
don't give you credit.
But
It's all about density credit.
it's just
Yeah.
just my thinking on the subject changed a lot. Like I really feel like it's very distinctly, the Piedmont, and like they can add some interesting height. Like I think there's a lot more to them than like the icky feeling most
That is
people
y'all's
have.
Well,
internal courtyard and.
Yeah.
it-
Loblollies
as
are
far as I know,
pretty.
it's not what I've prepared, so.
It's the Georgia pines that
Right
are
away.
not. I have a quick question just because I don't know what this is. On the C8 building, what is that? Yeah, it looks like a little bridge thing down there where it says Blue Cascade Distillium, right above that. What is that?
That's just entry into the office building and connects to this existing amphitheater and the multi-use trail.
It's a bridge?
No.
It's a material change.
Oh,
It's a paver area.
got it. Thank you.
Okay, any other landscape questions at this point?
I actually
Or
have
hardscape?
2 more questions.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Jennifer, please.
So going back to the pool area on the south side of the multifamily building, I think we're proposing some overcup oaks. If you could zoom into those areas. How wide is the planting area between, I'm guessing those are walls and then the sidewalk?
That's a good question. But it's a smaller variety, more upright. It's called a Milken overcup, so we selected it for that.
It's
but
a more narrow, upright.
Is it an
variety.
understory
It
tree?
is, yeah. So it can work with that
Milliken?
tighter spacing.
But what is the width of that landscape area?
Let me see what scale this is. 30.
And so I guess, does it have a columnar? I'm not familiar with the Milliken overcut. Does it have a, yeah, so those areas, I'd
3
be
feet.
concerned with the root ball in there over time.
It's an urban tolerant variety. I mean, I think it would be more, we would need to confirm that the root ball diameter fits in that space, but I wouldn't have any concerns about it pushing up or heaving concrete.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just think it may, because you've got walls like on the other side and
Sure.
then sidewalk, and it will grow over time. It's not going to stay within 3 feet.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know.
they're just urban tolerant, they can thrive in those challenging conditions.
Maybe you'd consider root barrier or something in that area just to
Potential, yeah.
add an,
Yeah.
little extra protection. It's very close.
Well, we really like the alley effect that we're getting with those and how it sort of pedestrianizes that walkway and makes
I
it feel a
agree.
little more
I think it would
human
be
scale.
nice. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just concerned about the space available over time. Oh, and it was mentioned before that you guys have bioswales and bioretention. Do you have any of those areas planted?
South of the fire lane, so.
Like dog park.
Dog park or, okay, within here. Yeah, we'll need to consider that and plant it for tolerant species. I think that's a new ad.
Sorry, so I'm sorry.
I
couldn't
think that's a
hear you.
new ad.
Yeah, we
We have it,
need
yeah.
to update the plan to accommodate those.
Okay. Where would those areas be?
From what I just heard, right here.
So adjacent to the sidewalk there,
Correct.
between the building?
Between
Okay.
the building and sidewalk.
Okay, any other landscape, hardscape?
Oh, I had one question regarding, I think it's Street A or the main entrance off of Old Milton. You've aligned all the grease traps underneath parallel parking spaces. Are there any restrictions in the city related to that for access and things like that? They could just pop them in? Okay.
Which means you're anticipating restaurants in those spaces or planning for, obviously. Okay.
Yeah, my comment about the other spaces was more the full Monty restaurants, and then these two buildings, because of their relation to Old Milton, are probably quicker type restaurants.
Okay, very good. All right, what else do we have this morning that you want us to look at in your package?
What else do we have, guys? Signage locations. Yeah, we don't have a signage concept to show you, but we owe in our agreement with y'all a certain amount of square footage of signage, and so we identified these locations, and we'd like to make sure that you guys are okay with it.
I think we should save that for when you do the signage.
Okay.
Because we'll look at the landscape particular around it once that's designed and, the actual, what the wall's gonna be. I think we can come back to that part.
Okay.
I mean, it's a code requirement for the size, not really for this board anyway. That'll be a staff thing to make sure that that's appropriate. And location is really your choice as long as it meets the setbacks and stuff. So I think it's gonna be more to the, what's the base of the sign gonna look like and what's the surrounding to it and stuff. So I think we can come back with that. There was a package required, but it's not gonna really drill down to that. We'll have to see that with the tenants. That's when we'll, yeah, when we gotta cram everything together. Yeah. Yep.
He didn't have anything to do today. He's fine.
All right, anything else in our package that we need to address today?
I don't think so. I think you hit it all.
Well, let me do a couple things here. First of all, now that we've gone through the entire presentation, is there any public comment about this application today? Any public comment? Okay, no public comment. The other thing I would like to do is obviously this project came before City Council earlier this year, and there's some City Council conditions that we need to make sure are adhered to or being done. So I won't read all 44 council conditions, but I'll pick out the ones that talk or deal with the Design Review Board. All right, first one I see is council condition number 3, architectural style shall be representative of the submitted renderings prepared by SK+1 dated 3/20/25 with final approval by DRB. So that's one. And I'm looking for the ones that are primarily highlighted in the council conditions.
Now, regarding that one, I mean.
They are.
They are, because we haven't seen those, so.
Right.
okay.
All right, got confirmation there. This is council condition, hang on a minute, I get the right one. Council condition 4E, parking deck. Maximum 6 levels, substantially as depicted on the site plan prepared by Kimley Horn, revised 3/20/25. Parking decks visible from Old Milton Parkway and Brookside Parkway shall be treated with comparable materials and finishes as the buildings they serve, or art such as a mural as approved by staff, period. Screening of parking decks with evergreen landscaping of sufficient size shall be required as approved by staff. Suitability of parking deck elevation, visibility, and landscape screening shall be approved by the DRB. I think we've confirmed that the parking deck is, we can't see that, so I think that's kind of taken care of itself. Okay, condition number 14, site landscaping shall be substantially similar to the landscape strategy prepared by CORE, dated 3/20/25 with final approval by DRB. A detailed landscape plan shall be approved prior to issuance of a LDP. Okay. 15, storefront streets shall include foundation plantings and/or planted decorative pots as approved by DRB. 16, in order to obscure parking lots, surface parking shall be screened from Old Milton Parkway and Brookside Parkway with architectural features and/or landscaping with final approval by DRB. Okay, number 20, at grade, pedestrian and bicycle connections shall be provided throughout the site, including between buildings and open space within the development. Pedestrian crossings within the development shall be ramped, and surface materials shall be brick pavers, cobblestones, or architecturally treated concrete as approved by DRB. Pedestrian bridges, stairs, elevators, and escalators may encroach over and into public spaces provided that they do not impede pedestrian circulation or safety. Bicycle facilities shall be provided throughout the development, including a bike share station. Okay. Number 23, the 2 main entrances off Old Milton Parkway and Brookside Parkway shall include a minimum 750 square foot green space for incorporating an entrance, monument, and decorative landscaping as approved by DRB. Installation shall be required prior to the first CO for the development. Okay. We're almost there, getting there. 26, parking decks and retaining walls shall have architectural facade treatment or be heavily landscaped as approved by DRB. Retaining walls visible from developed areas exceeding 16 feet in height shall be terraced. Okay, here's one I found that doesn't talk about DRB but has a little bit to do with us. And this is number 27. Developers shall provide bicycle racks, benches, trash receptacles, decorative crosswalks, planters, kiosks, and other street furniture where appropriate throughout the development. Existing MARTA bus shelter along Brookside Parkway shall be replaced with a new bus shelter with design subject to final approval by staff. Okay. Here's another one, excuse me, 29. Backside of buildings or back of house functions such as loading, trash, utilities, and similar shall be screened from the public or private right-of-way or Brookside Park. Parapet walls shall be used as needed to screen rooftop mechanical equipment and views. 31, prior to LDP, the applicant shall submit for approval a document to be entitled Portman Brookside Design Standards. This document shall include elevations or architectural themes of buildings, specifications for street furniture, including benches. It continues, trash receptacles, lighting, focal point features, bicycle racks, bus shelters, signage, landscaping themes, and entrance treatments, and shall be substantially similar to the submitted renderings as amended. Design standards will be presented to staff and the DRB for review and approval. All right, I'm almost done, I promise you. 32, plans for buildings, landscaping, and signage shall be subject to review and approval by the DRB. Okay. All right, I just felt like I read something longer than a book, but,
Because you did.
okay.
So
So
we're,
have we covered everything?
so we're missing all the site furniture, bike
Yeah.
racks and
I think
things like
that
that.
can come.
So that'll come separate and be excluded from
And that's
this.
also supposed to be in the design standards document, right? That we still have to look at some point. So when we see that design standards document, all that should be in there.
Do we know where the bike storage is located? Is that in the deck?
I don't know that that's really been fully determined yet, and again, that was a condition that'll be approved by staff.
Okay.
All right, let me take a big picture here. What types of approval are you looking for from us today? You need an LDP,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
So you need, for that, you need site plan approval and landscaping approval
Yes, sir.
based on the council conditions, okay? All right, and then, of course, you presented to us the architectural, the elevations and materials. Um, The Portman Brookside Design Standards, that document, has that been developed yet?
It hasn't. It's been an interesting point of conversation among us internally because of trying to balance out the desire to give the retailer some ability to interject their personalities into it without over dictating a rigid scheme to it.
Okay, so
So-
with that, and that says prior to LDP, that has to be developed. So you're not submitting for the LDP just yet then?
Not yet, but, well, certainly not yet because we need to get that to you to meet your expectations. So I'll be honest with you, I thought we had a little bit more time on that because it was related to the specific retail, right? Like not necessarily related to the architecture of the multifamily or the layout of the site. So I thought we'd had a little bit more time to like catch that before we got to the point where like you would ever see a retail like package in front of you. So because of that link to the LDP, like we're gonna need to get it to you now. Although it's probably gonna have to be pretty broad, I would imagine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the other thing to consider too is, you know, you'll have a design guide, right? But if a retailer was to come in and want something different, you're gonna be coming back here you have the option to come back here and say, hey, we'd like to make a change to the design guide and add this material or make this change, right? I mean, we can always approve changes to it.
So that's a condition that council put in there, and I'll have to discuss that with Kathy, but if it's the applicant's intent that every retailer comes back here, I don't know that we need a design guide.
So exclude that.
Because we had a design guide, say, for Avalon, but the tenants didn't come back.
Right.
We don't want that. So we do not want to be like Avalon in that regard. Like, and this is what the discussion was. We didn't want to write a book that said, like, if you had a restaurant, like, this is the only way you could play in this space, like a typical shopping center. Like, we intentionally did not want it to feel like it was overly thematically dictated. So we're trying to give room and space for creativity here. At some point, as Mr. Kramer pointed out, like if we don't get enough tenants during the course of the construction of the building, we would bring you a full architectural example of what this would be like, and it would include with it all of those materials effectively dictate the design standards of the project. At that point, we would have to pivot back to a situation where, like, if a tenant wanted to deviate, we would show up to request deviations from the document that we proposed.
Well, so I imagine what you could do in the design guide is just state that the retail store frontage requires city approval, right? You know, as opposed to giving a prescriptive set of materials that they could use and not come back, like Avalon,
Right.
It could make a statement that says those retail storefronts.
Here's our wish,
Approval.
some inspiration, and you gotta go to city
And you
for
gotta go to
approval.
the city, right? And I think that covers it.
Okay, so we can kind of get around that council condition to some extent like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's still,
But they still have to bring it back.
still gonna have
Still
to
have to
yell.
see it, yeah. We
Yes.
still have to see it, yeah.
or they'll have to develop something
Right.
as they turn into LDP, turn into.
No, I think we can go past that. I don't think, that'll be for staff to determine whether they have or haven't. So I think we can get past the design standard coming for LDP thing. That'll, Kathy and I will discuss that.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else in the council conditions that, I mean, I say that the site plan looks great. I think there's some small tweaks to the landscape that need to happen, we talked about.
And site furnishings is important, but it shouldn't hold this up.
No, I agree, I agree. Thinking about the architecture and the materials, my only concern, or my concern is the old Milton Parkway elevation. And I like the western side of that elevation. I think the industrial side elevation just, it needs help. And that's coming from me. I know you want that industrial look, it just needs a little bit more variety in it, a little bit more character in it. All the dark materials just make it, you don't even, what happens then, you don't even get shadows happening, because the shadows are dark too, obviously. And shadows help bring that with, but I think some lighter materials or just doing something to break it up, because that elevation is,
It's like 500 feet long.
Richard, just for clarification, you're referring to the side that is the all-brown brick. If
Part
you're going
one.
east on Old Milton, that you're gonna see.
yes, you're going east on Old Milton, the first part is townhomes, I guess, right? That first
that's
section, and then the next section, I don't know what you call that. It's
Where the
next-
grill,
It's the
grill is
garage
back.
wraps
Okay, I just
section.
want for clarification what
Yes,
you're
that's what
referring
I'm
to.
talking, sorry,
Okay.
I'm talking about that elevation, I just like to see some more architectural character to it.
I think another, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Great project, everything, that's the piece I'm hesitant on.
I think another thing that I would mention related to that one piece is when you have a 500-foot-long facade, it would be really nice to see a very deep, like, notch, almost separating those two pieces to kind of break them into two buildings. I think that would help a bit.
But my challenge is, I don't know, they presented something to city council.
Yep.
How much deviation are we allowed to have from what city council saw? I know it's like substantially similar, or something like that is the language, so. But maybe they can make some small tweaks to it, just to give it a little more character.
See, where you have, I know it impacts your units, but where you have the storage units right there, if that was a clean break and cut back.
But to get an LDP, they don't necessarily need, if whoever crafts the motion, they don't need necessarily approval on the architectural elevations of materials today, but they need site plan and landscape to get the LDP moving forward.
Or you could exclude part one of the north elevation.
So you're basically deferring elevation of materials then.
That's just
For
my
them to
2
come
cents.
back and address, if they were gonna address that.
All right.
And that is the old Milton site.
Okay, we're gonna need several motions here, so if somebody wants to.
Let me just ask on the site plan. I think the one thing it's up in the air is the connection to the greenway, how that's gonna connect. Is that what I understood? And that's something staff can just work with them on that greenway connection, right? site plan, since photometrics look pretty straightforward. So, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 250039, Portman Brookside, motion to approve the site plan and photometrics as submitted, with the condition that applicant work with staff on the specifics of the connection to the greenway. In the motion.
Second?
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Owens. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, so that's site plan and photometrics. All right.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 250039 Portman Brookside Landscape, I'd like to make the motion to approve as presented today with the following conditions. That landscape material is added to screen the pond from Old Milton Parkway to the north and east side of the pond wall. To reconsider the red bud trees along Old Milton Parkway under the existing canopy and consider a different understory tree to tolerate the shade in that area on the north side of the building. To add landscape along Brookside to be more layered along the landscape strip and less blocky. Also to provide screening to the fire lane through the site in that view corridor, that view shed from Brookside Parkway. To consider changing the green giant arborvitae to an evergreen shrub along the north side of C4 and C5 to avoid geogrid impacts and potential wall failure in the future. To adjust the landscape plan to accommodate bioswales that have been designed on site. And then lastly, at the south side of the multifamily building in the pool area, reevaluate the area available for planting between the walls and sidewalk for the tree plantings in that area. End of motion.
Second?
All right, motion by Ms. Spreadbury and second by Mr. Owens. Comments, questions about the motion?
I just have a question. You said to add screening planting on the fire,
On Brookside Parkway.
oh, it's on Brookside Parkway. Okay.
Yeah, but there's that view corridor all the way through down to the fire lane there
Okay, thank you.
and parking.
Okay, any other questions? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Mike, if you'll just pull up that Old Milton Parkway elevation for us, will you? Yeah, the one that's been broken
You want
up,
the 2D elevation.
15, yes. Bingo. Yeah, so my reference earlier was just, again, this is the Old Milton Parkway. This is what everybody's going to see coming and going. I love the lower elevation, the variety, the character it provides. You just get to the part one up on the top of the sheet, and it just becomes, I know there's some ins and outs, but it's just very repetitive. I feel like there's a way to get some more character in here. Well, without having to substantially change the height, the width, or anything of that nature, but just some material changes could make this look a world different. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
If it's something you guys want, we'll get it done.
Can you continue a similar treatment that you have on the lower elevation? Just and I understand they're so it's probably not that simple, but continue that a similar treatment further, so you have less of the industrial-looking section and more of the residential-looking section.
I kind of feel differently about that.
Do you?
I feel like if you just continue it and truck it all the way down, it's just gonna be one giant building. I like the fact that it's different, but I agree with Richard in that, it's not, the articulation of it just seems like one kind of monolithic giant block.
Maybe, as I look at this, maybe it's just one of the larger bays becomes a little different. And that may be, 100 feet wide or whatever that, between the alcoves or the indents, maybe that's a different treatment for that elevation right there. And that breaks it up enough that it gives it some character.
Do you think the landscaping wouldn't help with that, or the trees?
Well, it does.
But it's too big
But it's,
to just solely rely on that, in my opinion.
I mean, everywhere else, I think you've done a wonderful job.
I would say, if it's y'all's desire to get it done, like the best, as opposed to being here and committing to some solution that like we're coming up with on the fly, like we may look at 30 different versions of how we might want to accomplish what y'all.
I'd be a proponent of approving the exterior materials and design and deferring the north elevation and have you guys return and work with staff to come up with a solution. I can't think of exactly what that is right here to create a motion that would redesign it.
And I'm not sure it accomplishes anything to approve everything else.
Well,
does
it
would just
accomplishes
defer
the
whole
fact
thing.
that they don't have to come back and spend 2 hours to go through every elevation again.
Oh, no, I get that, we would want that anyway, right?
This is the focus I have.
Yeah.
Because I think overall, it's a great development, a great design across the board. And if this is just one small piece to come back for, the other issue is, of course, I think that we need to really see something on the vent design because it plays such a prominent, repetitive.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That'd be nice.
I think try to nail that down with this, not only design, but placement of those things.
That's right.
Are they definitely gonna be, is this where they're gonna be? And, I think they have a pretty good thought, but
And maybe add a 3D slide of that portion, because I think the slides we have are kind of, just of that one portion might help us.
Yeah, where it's not as flat.
Yeah.
See more of the articulation.
Well, no, I mean the slide, so we can see it. Yeah,
A perspective or rendering.
right, yes.
Such a condition that they bring back this
Well, I think, just to help us.
facade.
I mean, you look at the character that this provides, yeah.
Yeah.
Brandon, that's the best one we have, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you're
I tried to find one.
You catch a little bit of it here, but like.
Yeah, it's like you have that one, and then you have the other side, but maybe one that's more.
That's not the same facade. Yeah. So the best we don't have one specifically of that particular entire building facade, but that is the general, that is the language of that facade right there. It's just, this particular picture is from the other side of the building, but that's it right there.
No, correct, but you've got 3 or 4 of those marching down so.
250 feet worth.
All right. Somebody want to
Yep.
craft a motion?
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 250039, Portman Brookside, I'd like to make a motion to approve the exterior elevations and materials as submitted with the following exception. The applicant will return to the Design Review Board to resubmit the north elevation in its entirety, but specifically focused on Part 1 of the north elevation, and will also provide a 3-dimensional rendering of the elevation elevation in its entirety. And the applicant will also return to the Design Review Board to present a design for the multifamily unit dryer and bathroom vents with a design solution that doesn't adversely impact the facade architecture. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Rowan, second by Ms. Palmer. Any comments or questions about the motion?
Do we want to say anything about building lighting, staff approval? I want to make a friendly amendment that building lighting be submitted to staff for final approval.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. Ms. Palmer, do you?
I accept the
All
friendly
right,
amendment.
friendly amendment offered by Mr. Swing has been accepted by both Mr. Rowan and Ms. Palmer. Okay, any other comments or questions? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right.
Thanks
Thank you
all.
for your time this afternoon.
Appreciate y'all's
We
time.
Appreciate it. Great project.
Thank you.
Well done. Glad you came prepared. Okay. Our next, let's see. I know we're supposed to take some sort of a lunch recess, but I'd like to keep going. Is that, okay, what do you have? Okay. Okay, all right. Okay. Our next applicant is LGE-US. Come on. Hey, let's see, did they go down to the end down there? Okay. The material, no, there they are on the, okay. No. I told him, come on down. You lost all control, sorry. I'm gonna sneak between you and Griff. Oh, good. Thanks. All right. You just you just recused yourself. We're still meeting, so you're recused. You have a great day. Happy holiday season. Thank you for all your work. Okay, see you. All right. Don't be a stranger. Hey. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. LGEUS is 1225.
Trying to postpone my lunch.
Oh, sorry.
It took a long time. It's a big application.
All good. Good to see you.
Yeah, that's why we need a landline.
Hey. Pass that over there. Thank you.
Can I open it first?
No. Yes, she just did. She had to leave, but she's, yes. No, we better not be. All right.
Go, Brett.
Just order in the court. Okay, we have, all right, we have LGE-US. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you for your patience today. If you'll make sure the green light should be on. There you go.
Testing, testing. All right, great.
All right, if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself this afternoon. And
Great.
then give us a review of what we have in our packet today, please.
Definitely. Okay, well, I'm Joey Goodall, civil engineer with Gresham Smith. Yeah, I'm Joey Goodall, civil engineer with Gresham Smith. Good morning. Afternoon, I think. And the screen's up there, great. So I'm working with the rest of our multidisciplinary Gresham Smith team for our client LGE US. We'll be hearing from multiple members of our team. I'm representing the site design. We also have Jenny Lynn Rudder, landscape architect, speaking to landscape elements, and then Junil Wee, who's the architect who will be speaking to the building facade and building design elements. Wanted to start just because LG is already a member of the Alpharetta community. This is an existing office development with hearing a little bit about the scope of the project and the purpose of this new building on their existing office development. So I wanted to introduce one of our colleagues from LGE to just give a quick overview of the project scope.
Good afternoon. My name is Hee-Tae Choi. I work for the LG Electronic USA, and I'll just give you guys the brief overview of the project and the scope itself. As some of you guys might know, LG actually been in Alpharetta since 2006. That's way before I started working for LG, by the way. But this R&D chamber project is pretty much we are planning to build our HVAC testing chamber, as well as our R&D department office right next to our current office right now. And it's not just to drive up the sales or anything, even though it will probably drive up the sale, but we actually get to test our product within the United States with LG in the United States, which is our North America headquarters located. And we get to actually test the product currently that we're developing, as well as have a direction of the testing that fits the North American market itself. So it's mainly focusing on the innovation itself. And through that, we are actually able to bring the workforce. I mean, a lot of people call it a high-tech workforce, but I just like to call it an engineer, because right now we are currently already hiring engineers that will be actually working in the chamber as well as the R&D office. And we are, just give you just a brief number-wise, we are planning to hire 50 members total. Currently, we have about 25 members that we already hired, including myself. And we are planning to hire a number up to 35, if I remember correctly, next year. And after chamber get finished, continue to build on more to that. So two main things that we're focusing on will be actual innovation and the development of the product by testing in the chamber, as well as the workforce that will be bringing in, high-tech workforce, engineers that will be coming into Alpharetta. Those are the main focus that will be going on, and then some of the detail of the building itself, as well as what's going to be like, I'll be handing over to our architect as well as an engineer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hee-Tae. So like I said, I'm a civil engineer of record and helped guide the layout of the new building on the existing site. What I have right here is a colorized rendering, which is also on one of the display boards in front of you. Since it is an existing facility, I just wanted to provide some context on what parts of the site are proposed to be modified. It's an existing, just below 10-acre site, located at the corner of North Point Parkway and Royal Drive, as was discussed during the workshop session. On the colorized rendering, the lighter colored gray is existing pavement or paved surfaces that would not be modified, and then the darker colored gray on the east side of the image are modified or new paved surfaces. The existing three-story office building is in the center of the site, and then the proposed two-story office and research and development building is on the east side of the site. And if I advance advance to the next slide, I wanted to go through some existing site imagery just to give some context of what parts of the site are being changed or staying the same. So this is a snippet of the topography survey. I'm going to walk through just a street view image on North Point Parkway and then Royal Drive to the south. North Point Parkway is a public road. Royal Drive is a private road maintained by another property owner. The red numbers are locations of site photos that I'll walk through, starting at the center of the site where there is that existing traffic circle in front of the office building, and then most of the photos are looking on that east side of the site where the proposed building is to be located, and then also wanting to look at number 6 and number 7 where there's an existing service area for that commercial or office building, and some of those features will need to be relocated over to the west side of the site, such as the dumpster enclosure at photo number 8. So as was touched on during the workshop period, North Point Parkway is at a lower elevation than most of Royal Drive. So when you're standing at this intersection or driving past the intersection at Royal Drive, you're actually at 25 feet lower than when you're at this southeast corner of the property on Royal Drive. So the elevation at that intersection is about level with the building finish floor. And then as you go north on North Point Parkway, you'll be crossing over a tributary of Big Creek, which is represented by that dark gray floodplain on the north side of the site that's not being modified. And so when you look at the street view, this is a street view from wintertime, so you do see through some of the trees that do provide an existing buffer that's not to be modified. But it's not a full, you can't see fully into the site. Just for reference, even at wintertime, the proposed building would be behind this existing building visible from North Point Parkway. The existing monument signage is not to be modified. When you look at Royal Drive at that southern driveway entrance with the traffic circle, again, taken in wintertime, the proposed building, which is best represented or analogous to the rendering that you see in front of you as well of where that proposed building would be in relation to the existing. With existing site photos, just moving into the site with that traffic circle, this is really probably the most representative view of where that existing parking field is east of the existing building. That would be impacted the most by this new building. You can see where that pretty steep slope is coming down from Royal Drive. There's an existing modular block retaining wall that would not be modified with this new scope. This is just some more photos in that parking field adjacent to the existing building that would be modified. This is a second retaining wall further to the northeast part of the existing parking lot that would be taken out by the new building. And then this existing HVAC equipment that's east of the existing building would be removed as part of this project scope. And then just what I was mentioning about the existing trash enclosure that's located to the northeast side of the parking lot, it would need to be removed and then relocated in a new location west of the existing building, and would follow the Design Review Board regulations or city regulations for being a masonry wall with a facade that matches the building and has an opaque metal gate system, but it would be a similar scale. And then this is just a panoramic view with that existing parking lot that would be the locus of the redevelopment effort. So if I move forward to the proposed site plan, this shows the proposed building perpendicular to the existing building. We've reviewed this layout with the fire marshal as well, and this central drive between the two buildings would provide fire access to both buildings as well as service for both buildings. There is a proposed roll-up garage door on the west side of this proposed facility that allows for equipment being moved in and out. Like the LGE representative said, there's a lot of testing of HVAC equipment that would happen at this facility. Any of the pad-mounted HVAC condensing units are located on the east and north side of the new facility, so they would be screened by the building. With nestling this proposed building into the existing site, we have reduced the impervious or paved surfaces across the site, so there's not a trigger of additional stormwater detention requirements. Stormwater low-impact development requirements like runoff reduction are to be provided for the redeveloped portions of the site, which is about 1.3 acres, and that would be provided through bioretention, a combination of bioretention ponds and permeable pavers located southwest of the new building, and then on the west side of the parking lot, because that provided the best opportunity to receive runoff from existing paved surfaces to treat. We're reducing the overall parking on the site, but like Brett mentioned during the workshop period, we're collaborating with city staff and the owner to acquire a shared parking agreement with a neighboring property owner. We are maintaining pedestrian connectivity between the two buildings, providing the minimum accessible parking requirements for the whole development on the site, so we wouldn't need to utilize off-site parking for that. And then we are providing turnaround space for any service vehicles to do a three-point turn back into this wider driveway here, and then have checked the traffic circle that'll provide sufficient turning radius for anticipated vehicles. And then the dumpster enclosure relocation on the west side of the site is rotated to allow for dumpster pickup and adequate turning movements while providing some landscape screening around that as well. And then there is, just by nature of it being an R&D facility, there's a higher electrical demand. We do have some new transformers being located on the southeast corner of the building, as well as with an emergency, a generator for emergency power that would have landscape screening, which Jenny Lynn will touch on. And then there is, with locating the building within the existing paved surfaces as much as we could, this existing slope does need to be modified to provide access around that southeast corner of the building. So there is a proposed about 7-foot-tall modular block retaining wall to match, to complement the existing walls and building facade. So I do have an example image here of type of modular block wall that would be proposed, as well as pervious paver blocks that would complement the color of the gray asphalt, just because the pervious pavers that would be retrofitted would be quite distant from the building, so to match the facade of the building didn't make as much sense for that. And then we do have furnishings located at the new building entrance, such as a bench, trash can, and bike rack, matching some of the City of Alpharetta standards, as well as being fairly low profile, since it's not the focal point of the development. I think that's all I had on the site plan, unless you had any questions.
No, any questions on the site? Any issues with rock? You got a rock outcropping on that bank back there, so are you concerned?
Yeah, so we have had geotechnical investigation. Borings didn't identify rock. That would impact the building footprint. We actually are having to prop up the back side of the proposed building and add fill, but are locating the building so it's not impacting the existing slope down to the floodplain. So not anticipating rock issues with the excavation limits that are proposed. From a site lighting standpoint, just to complement the existing parking lot lighting, we do have some proposed Cobra head lights that you see on the bottom image here that are spaced to avoid existing and proposed trees. And then Janelle will touch on it with the building elevations, but there are building-mounted lights that are turned down, and then the top image, the D-Series one, is corner lighting on the building that Junil can touch on more with the facade and elevations.
Okay.
One thing that stood out to me on the site plan is that the dumpster is facing North Point Parkway, and I guess we'll have to see in the landscaping how you're able to screen that. It didn't look like there's a lot of screening opportunity there with the parking lot and everything.
Okay.
Good point. I will mention with the west side of the parking lot modifications, locating area that we could provide stormwater quality treatment, runoff reduction. This central part of this existing western parking bay was an ideal location, so any modification. We did also want to locate it to avoid taking out any specimen trees, as well as utilizing soil that has sufficient infiltration rate. So as Jenny Lynn will touch on, any modifications to that area will have landscaping replaced, and then the existing landscaping along North Point Parkway is not to be modified, and it's a pretty dense landscape buffer currently.
And I think similarly, you know, your generator, your transformers, now I realize it's sort of down the hill, right? So we'll have to see how that's screened from Royal Drive.
Yeah, do you mind if we circle back on that with Jenny Lynn's presentation?
Yeah,
and then we
absolutely.
can-
While we're looking at the site plan, I wanted to point that out.
Yeah, good point. And we'd also have a sightline study that helps depict the view shed from Royal Drive, where you're at the highest point looking down into that area too, that can help illustrate that.
Okay, any other questions? Like, while we're on the site, I guess, let's go into landscaping.
Yeah.
Stay on the, kind of the big picture if you can, please.
Exactly, yes. I will turn this over to Jenny Lynn Rudder.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Lynn Rudder. I'm a landscape architect with Gresham Smith. Thank you, Joey, for walking us through that site plan. If it's all right, the way I wanted to cover this was to start with the overall sort of landscape approach. And from there, we can look a little bit more specifically at any areas that y'all are interested in talking about in more depth. So this is a great landscape approach page. Broadly, Joey mentioned we have the bioswale in the northwest corner. Our overall strategy has been to try to really minimize impact to the site as much as we can. We weren't able to accommodate all of the stormwater quality requirements in the area that we're proposing the new building, so that's why we're touching this, this portion of the site, is to meet those requirements. But it gives us an opportunity to add the bioswale, which is going to be landscaped with a mix of Itea, inkberry, chokeberry, muley and switchgrass, milkweed, black-eyed Susan, with the intent being that we're locating plants that will both give some seasonal interest, some year-round cover, and be appropriate for temporary wet conditions and occasionally prolonged dry ones. The dumpster just to the east of that was located in this spot, in part just due to site limitations, but also because that was the place of least tree impact. So if that's something that we should restudy with staff, happy to talk through that. And then as you get over toward our proposed building, we are retaining existing landscape wherever possible. So some of the, if you look at the south side along Royal Drive, we're just kind of supplementing what's already there, and we're in a bit of a bowl. So that gives us a good bit of landscape protection of the existing parking and any sort of utility situation that is getting added at the southeast corner. And Janil's sightline study will probably articulate that a little bit more clearly. But we're supplementing that with evergreen, a mix of, let's see, needlepoint holly, wax myrtle, and then as in sort of the back areas, eastern red cedar, Nellie R. Stevens, and southern mag. Around our foundations, we wanted to balance year-round sort of evergreen grounding with a little bit of seasonal interest. So it's broadleaf oak-leaf hydrangeas, inkberry, and azaleas. That also matches some of all of this is meant to build on the current materiality on the site, although I don't believe we have any Eastern Shore juniper, but there's enough of that. And then in the parking areas, we have a mix of trees. I think that when we initially submitted DRB, there may have been red maples in the parking. We have, under discussion with staff, understand that that's not appropriate and anticipate those changing out. And then the mix of plants there is going to be marginal wood fern, liriope, or lirio, Cherokee sedge, willow oak, Jefferson American elm, and we're trying to group things so that you get, again, that balance of seasonal color, but also screening. So I like the overall plan because it's a little more graphic. But anything that we want to zoom in on here, we do have some tree impacts. We are planting more than we are removing. We are still meeting all of our tree density requirements and well exceeding them. But we really did try to, between the client, the design team, the architecture team, we tried multiple site layouts just to really minimize the impact to the site and especially to the existing canopy, because it's doing such a good job of sort of screening some of the areas that want to be screened and then shading the parking. Areas where we did end up needing to impact just due to adding a sidewalk, for example, to Roll Drive. We'll be replanting with new trees that, again, match the palette, shrubs to supplement anywhere that's impacted.
I got a question right there.
Yes.
On the left-hand side of that entry drive, tree numbers 3652 and 3653, are those oaks to match what you're planting, what you're introducing?
Those two, I believe, are existing to remain.
Right, but what are they?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I can look it up, though.
Well, I'm just wondering if you're mirroring one side to the other side.
Oh, I see.
Get it
Yeah.
symmetrical.
I don't believe that we had planned that intentionally, but I'll double check. It's a great note. That would be a nice move.
Okay, and while we're there, and nothing planned for the center of the roundabout? All that's good to go?
Currently, we're not touching that portion of the site.
Actually, they're doing something to the curb.
That's true. We are replacing the curb.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a curb replacement on the north side, just to make it a mountable curb if they have a slightly larger vehicle coming through. But the existing landscaping in the center would remain.
Okay.
I think there's no trees, it's more shrub type or flower or ground cover type landscape.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is you've got a whole lot of great stuff going on the right-hand side. And indeed, is that going to is the left side of this entry and the center of that roundabout going to carry the day as for a vehicular experience as you come into the site? Or do you need to enhance that other side a little bit as well to mirror the entrance?
I'm noting the observation. I think it's a great point.
And then one more thing at this point. You're adding 3 oaks and AME GRA, whatever that is, on the right-hand side off of Royal Drive. Is that just to fill the gap right there? You see what I'm talking about? I'm sorry, it's not on this screen. It's on the landscape plan. Sorry.
That's all right. We'll slide on down.
Yeah, right up by the street. So they're adding 3 QUEs, Quercus Fellows, and then you're adding AME GRA, whatever that is.
Service berry.
Okay. Is that just to fill holes?
I think the idea that we had in our minds was that there was a shrub-only layer there, and we wanted to meet our site density requirements and replace any removed trees, and that was an open area in which to do it.
Okay.
Are there other areas you all would like me to zoom in on?
Is the site irrigated right now?
That is a good
Or
question.
will it be irrigated?
My understanding is yes, but I'm looking back
Okay.
at our client team to confirm. And yes, the proposed would be irrigated.
You're planning to irrigate, okay. All right, thank you. Okay. Anything else on the landscaping?
There was mention of the trash enclosure and what's happening
Oh,
with
the dumpster
that.
enclosure, yes.
Yeah, let's go over the relocated.
Nellie Stevens and something.
So the view from North Point Parkway, we're fortunate in that the grade change gives us a little bit of a visual break just with the topography. And we also have some existing shrub, sort of hedge layer along the west. Internally, the screening will be primarily achieved with the masonry wall and the solid gate. And then adjacent to that, we'll plant it up. But you are accurate in noting that it abuts the driveway on that side. So there's not an opportunity to plant directly adjacent to it, but we are being intentional with where we locate landscape to the west of it.
And this is probably a question for Civil. Does it already have sanitary sewer?
You're asking about any modifications to the sanitary sewer?
No, does it already have sanitary sewer?
For the dumpster?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's an existing sanitary sewer line that runs here. So we would just be adding a new dumpster pad drain and tying into that with a doghouse manhole.
Yeah, that was my question was if it exists or do you have to add something and then what do you have to tear up to get to it and all that stuff. Okay.
Yeah, so there would be a component of the pavement that's replaced in this area, and we would replace the whole width of the driveway for consistency up to that doghouse manhole portion.
And while we're talking about the dumpster enclosure, is there a drawing that shows that? Do we know what it looks like?
For the detailed design, we don't have the detailed design available right now, no.
Okay.
This comment's worth noting because it came up in the prior project. Looking at the way you've mashed your planting and your shrubs and your drifts in there, they're skillfully laid out so that they're interesting as opposed to being blocks of things that were too easy to lay out. So, well done there.
Thank you. And I'll share that feedback to the team too. They'll love to hear it.
Okay. Any other landscaping? All right, let's jump to the architectural elevations and materials, please.
Pass it over to Janelle.
Good afternoon. I'm Junil Wee, an architect from Gresham Smith. Before we dive into the architectural design, I'm going to briefly talk about the basic numbers of the site. The existing building that you see in the green, the gray, is about 100 feet wide and then 200 feet long, two-story height, which is about 47 feet tall. The red is a new building coming into this parcel, and that is about 160 feet long and 92 feet wide, which is about 75% in terms of full plate. This is a two-story building. First story will have chambers in it for the testing. The second floor is for the office people. The reason why the two-story building is higher than the existing three-story building is because the chamber on the first floor needs a certain volume of the space. So second floor slab will be located at 32 feet above the first floor finish. So architecturally, we wanted to achieve two things, continuity and innovation, to satisfy LG Electronics' vision and future. And by using similar tone of the brick color and using the similar color of the tinted glass, what you see in the lower left-hand corner is a main facade of the existing building. And the lower right-hand corner is the west facade of the new building. And bringing the same brick tone into the new future is the way that we wanted to continue and celebrate what we have in the heritage of the site. And wanted to introduce an innovation by introducing terracotta rain screen system, which will be performed well in terms of energy use and the robust material. And the lower upper right-hand corner, you see the south elevation of the new building, and the location of the main entry will be located at the corner to show the wayfinding for the visitors coming from outside, even from foreign countries. And that will be the place that they welcome the people from outside. And even using the second color, which is a gray terracotta, for the new building, will break up the main facade, which is a 51 feet high, to the top of the parapet. And the way that we change the color from gray to adobe is the place where the second floor happens in the existing building. So it's tied each other. And the first floor, finished floor, is the same. This is a rendering taken from main entry of the site. And taken from Royal Street, which is about 22 to 28 feet higher than the main campus.
While you're talking about that, can you maybe have somebody hold up your sample board for us, and we can kind of look at some of the materials? Oh, okay, well, maybe, all right.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
These are the
All
real
right.
samples.
All right. Well, maybe as you reference some of the materials, then Jenny can hold those up, so.
Sure. The gray color I talked about is the one, that one, the terracotta.
Okay.
And the
that's
adobe color,
the base, that's primarily the base of the building?
no,
Or
upper
the-
portion. Oh, the base of the building, yes.
Okay.
The adobe is upper portion. That is that material.
Okay, why don't you if you go back to one of those, there you go, perfect. All right, so the base of the building is the
Gray.
the gray, that kind of darker gray.
Mhm.
And then the rain screen material is the.
Both are rain screen.
Okay,
Yeah, just a different color.
yep,
But we do have an upper portion foot projected out from the base so that it can be distinguished as an architectural statement.
okay.
As far as the rooftop unit, we have about currently 5'10" rooftop unit centralized in the building. And sight line we took from the Royal Street. We are successfully hiding everything. We have all the great buildings, well designed, but having some gigantic rooftop unit shown from the street, which is not a good thing. So we were very prudent and very collaborative to locate the proper location for the rooftop units. And this section is taken at the middle of the building looking towards the east. And the right side is the Royal Street, which is about 22 to 28 feet higher than the campus, naturally hiding all the transformers and everything, and not showing the rooftop unit. We're also even considering to have a screen wall for the rooftop unit just in case. So that's pretty much all about the architecture. Is there any questions?
Can I ask a quick question regarding the rain screen product? A lot of times, there's an intentional design at the corner. Does this product have corner pieces that wrap at the building corners, or
I
so
have
that?
used this multiple times. We can have corner pieces, which could be a little
Okay, good.
costly. But what I have done was the miter
Chamfer,
miter
miter.
corner, which has a little less joint dimension than the typical joint, so that it doesn't show the clipping system inside.
Do they cut that in the field, or is it a corner piece that's
Corner piece
manufactured?
comes
mean
as a
the miter.
regular and the cutting corner, cutting in the field. The way they create the module of the panel is that unlike 10 years ago, they make die for the project, and there's no word custom anymore.
Right.
They make everything custom for the project.
Great. Thank you.
I like the design of your new building, the R&D building. My only concern is with the rain screen, the Adobe color or terracotta. How closely does that match the existing brick building? Because you're either going to hit it right on the head, nail on the head, or it's going to be, you know.
That's a really good question. We have two colors very close to the existing, but does not match 100%. One way we can do is match to customize the color, and to match 100%. The other way is there are two colors, rose wood and adobe. Those two colors are coming from the standard, and we looked at it, and there are subtle differences. But I would like to depart a little bit away from getting close but not exactly matching, because it looks like a mistake.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Right,
Like-
so it's not gonna be like, we're trying, but we didn't match it, we're gonna avoid it. So owner's decision has not come to our desk yet, but they're looking at it and they put it in the daylight and even overcast, and we're looking close to it.
I think field samples approved by
Well, the staff.
inspections or staff.
So you said they can custom color it? You can get a custom color?
They can do the
If-
custom
if you-
color.
If necessary?
Yes, if that is necessary.
The nice thing, though, is that the buildings are a good 50 feet apart, so they're not like touching.
Yep.
So that helps a little bit.
58 to 65.
But if you look at it from like North Point Parkway, whatever, they're gonna look, one's behind the other, so you kind of see them, you'll see them in the same view.
By
Anyway,
looking at the photo I have, comparing existing adobe and rosewood, I don't think you can notice it from the street.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we see those, the,
Why don't you just,
Yeah,
all
do
the
you mind
materials.
passing those
well,
around?
All the materials that you brought, why don't you just hold them, each of the materials up, just as,
well, I'd like to see those up close and personal.
okay.
If you don't mind.
All right.
I've just never seen this before. Thank you.
Yeah, why don't you just, but you need to speak into the microphone. Maybe you speak into the microphone and Joey holds the materials up. Just hold the material up and tell us where it goes on the building or what.
Sure. What he has right now is a typical glass, which is matching with the existing.
Okay, all right, good.
And the other one is a spandrel panel, where we have, so even though it looks like a three-story building, in the elevation, it's a two-story building. The lower portion may need a spandrel panel. It look dark, both of them look dark. That's a spandrel panel.
Okay.
And the metal panel, metal composite, ACM, is for the canopy of the main entry.
Okay.
And the last small piece, dark bronze, is for the aluminum storefront, which is used in the existing building.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, it is. Look,
Looks like masonry.
it does. It feels like
One more thing that attribute of the material is that that's a through body. So if you have a little chip, you're not going to see it. Some materials have white inside,
Yes.
and if you have a chip, you see the white.
No, this is integral, so it's.
Yeah, that's a through body.
That's good. Yeah, my only concern is if you're trying to match that existing brick, how, you either get it dead on, and if you're just a little bit off, then it looks like it's a
Mistake, yes.
Or you just go completely something different.
Yeah, it's like, that's what it's like, you, or go to that white color or something.
So-
I don't know what you do, but, yeah,
Okay.
that's
All
what I
right.
was thinking too.
Okay, with the presentation made, I'm going to ask, is there any public comment about this application this afternoon? Any public comment? All right, no public comment, so, okay. Any other discussions, topics,
No,
items to look at?
and I think it was said that the materials for the dumpster enclosure, is that not, did I hear that was not determined yet?
We are aware of this, but we didn't come up with this, the detailed design yet.
Okay. One thing I did notice in your parking lot out there this morning was a metal shipping container. So I assume that was just temporary? Or is that something that's going to be permanent? Okay. All right, I just asking, I just saw it. Here's what I saw this morning.
Were you talking about like in the northeast corner near where the dumpster pad is currently?
Thought is along North Point Parkway, in the parking lot along North Point Parkway.
I think they had some, I think he had some storage in there or something, he had some contractor doing some work.
Okay,
maybe
all right, very good.
Okay, yeah, that was.
Just checking.
Yep.
Okay,
Can we include civil and landscape together?
yes. Civil landscape.
Everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, for DRB 250040, I submit a motion that we approve the civil and the landscape as they've been presented today. End of motion.
All right, motion by Mr.
Second.
Owens, second by Mr. Rowan. Any comments, any questions about the motion on the floor?
Yeah, I've got a comment that I think needs to be conditioned in that entrance, what we were discussing as far as the entrance, that plantings need to mirror on both sides of that entrance. They need to work to do that and work on that roundabout too, especially where things may have been damaged or destroyed because of curb work, that sort of thing. I don't know if that's inferred or if it needs to be part of a friendly amendment or.
Why don't you just offer that as a friendly amendment?
Okay. I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion that the landscape on the opposite side of the entrance and the roundabout, notably where damaged or destroyed by work, that the plantings shall mirror each other as best as possible. That is my friendly amendment.
I accept the friendly amendment.
I accept it.
Okay, friendly amendment has been accepted by Mr. Owens and Mr. Rowan. All right. Any other comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Okay. We got the architecture and the materials.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 250040, LGE US, motion to approve the elevation and materials as presented with the following conditions. The materials for the dumpster enclosure, once selected, will be submitted to staff for final approval. The terracotta-colored rain screen panel will match the brick on the existing building, which may require a custom color match. A sample will be field approved by staff for final approval. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Palmer. Any questions or comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Fantastic. Thank you for your time this
Thank
evening.
you.
Appreciate it. Okay, with there being let's see, one announcement. Our next meeting is gonna be January 16th, 2026. So with that, I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays.
And the swearing in, remember that's supposed to be.
Yes, the swearing in is on January 5th, so very good. All right, with that, there being no further business and with no objections from fellow board members, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you. We'll just do it. I know, I was gonna do it next year. I found mine, but. All right. What time is it? 1:15? Jeez.
City employee.
Aaron, you said you were just sitting there all day?
On TV.
Wow.
Oh, yes. That's tough right now.
You know what, Aaron? I feel the same.
Thank you.
Especially all our.
Thank you, Richard.